I don't know if OBS changed something or if YouTube changed something, but apparently my bit rate was set too low for streaming. It said that it needed, so before, the recommended bit rate to stream at was 5,000 bits for OBS. Um I found out that right now all of a sudden it started having a problem because YouTube apparently is telling me that I need 6,800 bits. So, that's what all this hiccup is. That you combined it with the fact that like last week and this week we're having record-setting highs for our area as far as temperatures go. So, anyways, I am here. I am sorry that this continues to disconnect. I am not technologically savvy enough to be able to correct the issue outside of changing the bit rates, which I did. So I did that. So hopefully we don't have any more issues. Um anyways, let's see about getting back to this, shall we? Yeah, it's but yeah, no, the issue is OBS. It's not YouTube. It's OBS.
Looking to resupply?
Let me see what you've got.
Here's...
But how you doing, Jess? How you doing? Keep both of those. Keep all that. Keep that. Okay, actually, there we go.
Heads up.
Let's take a look at what you've got.
I'm done streaming. If you need anything, I should to leave in an hour. I'm doing better. Good. I'm glad you're doing better. Did you rate out? Mine just says that your stream ended. Doesn't have me rating into anybody else. But I hope your stream went well. You get to leave in an hour. An hour. Is it anything that I need to be aware of? And then Mish, you on Helldivers. When is it going to play again? Honestly, I have no idea. I got tired of the inconsistency bullshit, and
Let me see what you've got.
Take a look.
from my understanding, Bear's feeling pretty similar. Like, he's tired of the inconsistency bullshit on there too, so I don't know. I may not. I know that I'm not going to be back there for a while. Just simply because of the fact that it's not enjoyable to play a game that doesn't follow its own mechanics. It's not enjoyable to play a game that is that broken and that buggy. That is not enjoyable to me. So I don't know that I'm going to go back to Helldivers anytime soon. Just because, again, playing broken games are not fun. It's part of the reason I don't play my favorite game of all time, Fallout New Vegas. Because playing broken games just isn't fun. Chose not to raid today, had fun. Only had one confusing moment where I didn't know how to get to the Thieves Guild. Never was able to the... Nice! Good. Good, I'm glad you were able to get in there eventually. Yeah, the Thieves Guild is deliberately hidden away, as you would expect. You know, because it kind of, like, makes sense given what they are and what they do. We got speech bobblehead.
Sir, taking a trip down memory lane with that.
You're tied to this place, kid. Your energy.
I don't care. I want you to fucking move so I can get out. Move, you fuck. Move. There you go. I hate when NPCs block you in.
Yes?
Hey, Carla.
Hey there. Trading?
Let's see what you got.
Always happy to make a sale.
I understand. I be here holding the fort down on Helldivers too, and of course I watch your streams no matter what. Well, I appreciate that. I know that there's a game coming out in, I think it's August. Where they're gonna be doing it's Gears of War Reloaded. It's the first Gears of War game. And that's supposed to have... I need ceramic, really? Damn. I actually didn't figure I'd need ceramic. I know, I'm getting distracted. Alright. Sorry. Gears of War Reloaded. That's what it was. Gears of War Reloaded is supposed to be cross-platform between PC and PlayStation. So that'll be exciting. We'll have to see if Helldivers, because they're clearly not going to do it before their break. And I'm having my doubts that they're ever going to do it. But Arrowhead does not create a stable game to play. And Arrowhead, in its infinite goddamn wisdom, has decided rather than fix the game that's currently making them money and currently live, they're going to start making a sixth game. So, like, they can kick rocks as far as I'm concerned. But, like, hopefully there's going to be, like, an MMO or something that comes up soon that is cross-platform, that's enjoyable and stable. But in the meantime, I know that I'm going to be doing Fallout 4 for quite a while because I got to get through the achievements and get through a full playthrough and stuff before I'm going to let myself mod. But I know once I start modding, man, it's going to be so cool. It's going to be so fucking wild. We'll probably have to do a stream at some point to, like, do the Fallout London stuff, because I've never done that one. So, that'll be cool. That'll be cool. I think I'm going to drop the, yeah. I need ceramic. We need a lot of ceramic. Still missing science. We did a lot of ceramic, so let's go get ceramic. We know a few places we can get ceramic. I can't wait for Crimson Desert. Is that a game coming up? Out of curiosity. Healing with Pixie. Yes, I'm getting Gears of War. It's coming to PlayStation. Nice. See, I like Gears of War. I really like Gears of War. Is Outriders cross-platform? I kind of like that game's kind of like Gears. I don't know if it's cross-platform or not. I don't. I would have to look that up to know, to be able to say for sure. I remember I did play it with my son. We got to the end game content where it was just like rinse and repeat. There we go.
Make sure you don't leave anything useful behind.
But that was like when the game was still new and it didn't even have the first expansion out yet. So I'm sure a lot has changed and hopefully dramatically improved since I was over there playing that game last. For those curious, we're looking for coffee cups and things of that nature. Actually, ashtrays would work too.
Nice.
Why are you shooting at my base? Do you not understand the rules of who you're shooting at?
Powering down weapons, sir.
Shoot at my base? You guys lost your ever-loving mind. Just realized I didn't answer. Got a short gig to go to at 11:30. Oh, okay. Okay. That tracks. It's Crimson is it's single player. Okay. Pearl Abyss makes Crimson Desert same as Black Desert if you play that one. I tried to play the Black Desert Online thing a few times, but it wasn't exactly the most... The problems that I had in Black Desert, which kind of sucked because I had community members that really wanted me to play the game with them. And it was back when Black Desert Online was free. Now you have to buy it, which is weird. Typically it goes the other way where you have to buy it and then it maybe comes free. But whatever, that's not the point of this. The problem I ran into it was there was way more complicated fucking mechanics in the game than the game explained. And the community was very... We have our own little niche groups, and if you're not part of my niche group, meaning like if you're not somebody... If you're not playing with your friends, and you're not friends with people that are playing, then nobody's talking to you. And like nobody's helping you, nobody's getting you a better understanding of the game, so that way you'll, you know, stick around and continue to play. And that was the problem that I ran into, is like nobody was... I would ask for help to like understand things. I tried finding videos and they were all just, like super fucking complicated. And it just wasn't fun for me. I didn't know what I was doing, what I was supposed to be working towards. The community was not very welcoming.
As much as you want. I don't
Hold
require
on.
sleep or food in order to survive.
But yeah, so it wasn't my cup of tea. I wanted it to be, just because like yeah, my community was super interested in it.
Time to reel him in.
But like my community that was interested in it,
Careful, you're going to regret this.
they had been playing it since like day one, and they had their own groups and stuff. And it was one of those like, the game's not like that, and it's just like, I know. If you started from day one and you have friends that play it, I bet it's not like that, you know? But they never explained anything to me either when I would ask. So it was just like, don't ask me to play a game if you're not gonna teach me how to play it. If I'm asking you, hey, this is confusing, how does this work? You know? So it wasn't an enjoyable experience. But there is a single player, speaking of single player games coming up, that's also something I'm looking forward to. There's a game called Mafia: The Old Country. That's coming out. That's going to be really, really exciting.
I'll find you.
Did you hear that?
You mean the people I just shot at who somehow got alerted but took no damage? Yes, I did hear that. Oh,
That takes care of that. If you find any spare parts, you be sure and let me know.
what if I didn't? Would you be upset? Timing just got moved. I leave at noon. Okay. Sounds good.
I know you're here.
What? This is gonna be fun.
Ah, there you are. So this was the place where we drained all the water out of it.
Who's there?
And now, as we can see, it's turned into a raider hangout.
Thought you could hide?
We may have some trouble. No
No.
more hiding for you.
Never thought I could hide.
Aw, man, come back. I was having fun. Huh?
Agreed on Black Desert. Hold on a second. Agreed on Black Desert. I had only one friend to play with. It was enjoyable for a bit until it got complicated to play. Yeah, it's just not new player friendly. It's not a new player friendly game. Which is a shame, because it looks cool. It was fun for a little bit. But like, if you're not... Yeah, it's just not a enjoyable game for new people. I have been thinking about Monster Hunter. Is Monster Hunter cross-platform? The newest one? Is that one cross-platform? Does anyone know?
Let me have this one. Powering down weapons, sir. Get him, sir.
Think you're tough? Come on.
Someone's throwing grenades. Fuck is throwing grenades.
That's the last of them.
There's a way back there, okay.
I think I've lost them.
Salsa, sour cream, fry on the way home. Anything else? I mean, if you want to do like a small container of guacamole, you could do that, but definitely not necessary at all. There's a coffee cup. Yes, Monster Hunter Wilds is cross-platform. I still need to buy it. I mean, that's an option there. I haven't, yeah, whatever so the new one's Wilds. Was it Monster Hunter World was the last one? Is that correct? Have you played those games before, Jess? Do you enjoy those? Okay, sounds good, Pixie. I think milk bottles break down for that too. Feel like I'm missing something in here. No, I don't think. It feels like I'm missing something, but I don't think I actually am missing anything. But anyway, so yeah, Raiders. Woo! It'd be kind of cool if you could take this place over for the Minutemen. You should be like, hey, reoccupied. Boom, done. And it's a quarry, so like, why not mine the shit out of the rock that's here and use it for rebuilding efforts?
Nice.
Clever way to bypass that lock.
Yeah, Monster Hunter World is awesome. I do have that one. Okay. Now I need to find somebody who's played the newest one, Monster Hunter Wilds, and tell me if the end game content is the same as the end game content over in Worlds, where it's just keep hunting the same monsters over and over again to make the same exact equipment. Because like if that's the case, that's fine. I need to know if that's all the end game content is and is planned to be, or like they're gonna do something different than they've done in the previous game. I would be curious on what the in-game content's gonna look like for the current one. And then there's that Dune game. I don't know if that's gonna be on console. Is Dune gonna be on console? And are you a fan of... So, you said it was awesome. Is that a game that you're definitely looking at getting in the future, Jess? Why is it stealing? Caravan guard, that's why. Because you guys took out a caravan guard. Is that going to be cross-platform as well? Because I know that's like open survival worldy, where you and your friends can build bases and stuff. Because it's made by the same group that made Conan Exiles. This place has got a decent amount of ceramic too. We just got to kill a bunch of mole rats. And this is my favorite settlement to build at.
Yes.
Picking up something. Opening fire! Time for you to perish. Not much of a threat after all. If they're out there, we'll find them.
And there we go, it's clear. Switch is on the other side. Can we get up there from here? Yes, we can. There's the gun. You bastard robot. I was trying to disarm that. Coffee cup. Ashtray. All right. We're gonna leave this one be next. 26. You know who we haven't recruited? Dance. We should probably go recruit Dance. I think he's down in, not Lexington. He's right over by Fraternal. Which, by the way, here's a cool thing that a lot of people probably don't know. Would you like to play Monster Hunter World? Is that the... Okay, hold on. I have Monster Hunter World, but still need to buy Wild. Okay, so Wilds is the new one. World? I don't know if I still have that or not. I had it at one point, and I don't remember if I kept it. Honestly, it was one of those, like, it was an interesting concept to go fight bosses all day, right? To build gear. But my big thing in video game, have you ever played, Jess, have you ever played, Neverwinter?
Can you see them, sir? Powering weapons. That was amusingly simple. Find anything useful?
There he is. Wilds is the same way. Okay. Have you... Yeah. Yes, Neverwinter is great. I haven't played it in years. Okay, so let's use that as a point of reference here. So, the guild system that they have in Neverwinter, right? Where you get your own private little map for your people to run around on and do quests, and there's missions and stuff, and then there's the chest we all donate to build up our castle, to get us more benefits, more resources, right? Like there's a whole lot of reasons to play together.
Waiting for us around here. I certainly can't hear it.
And there's PvP options, but it's very PvE driven, and like you got the dragon flights on the guild screen and everything, right? You have a clan system that... Oh shit. Hold on.
We've got company. Are you injured, sir? Picking up something.
Hold on.
That's the last of them.
Something flipped the switch that made that all activate and get...
Reminds me of the expression, the calm before the storm.
He needs to stop talking or I'm gonna turn his voice off. Anyways, the that whole, we're doing something together, we're working together as a group in a community, we have a clan that there's a great benefit to actually work and be part of, right? Like there's things that we get to do as a clan. What about ESO? Well, the problem with ESO is it's not cross-platform, so we wouldn't be able to play together until your computer gets fixed.
The hairs on your neck are standing up like...
And hold on a second. So it's not cross-platform. ESO's clan system, you join a clan and you know what you get to do? Nothing. Not a fucking thing. You know why? Because there is no reason to be in a clan. There's nothing to do in a clan. There's no benefit to being in the clan. There's no clan guild house. It's just like someone designates their own personal home where all the guild can go use stuff. And that's been a large part of my problem with ESO is it gives the illusion of like, hey, we should all play together, but then everything's solo content. You don't actually need groups to run anything. There's no benefit of being in a guild, because like stores aren't guaranteed. That's everyone has to grind individually to make money to be able to pay for a store, and you're blind bidding. That's kind of a bitch. The lack of platform capability is also a takeaway. But no, I want something where, as a group and a community, we're working towards something. Like Division 2 is fantastic for that. It has a clan system. It has a leaderboard that's displayed. We get to level the clan up. We get rewards weekly based on our activity as a clan. Like, that's cool. Neverwinter's got my favorite, most perfect fucking guild system that I've ever seen, and that's phenomenal. But I have not seen another game that's come close to Neverwinter's guild system. And I've been trying, ever since I played it, to find another game that does that. Neverwinter, again, it's not cross-platform, so that's a takeaway. And then the other thing is the developer of Neverwinter, if you actually look at their track record, every time the fans have liked something, every time something's became a meta in Neverwinter, the company has nerfed it. And anytime the company finds out people like things, they take them away. And then whenever they come out with new content, every single piece of content they've ever released up to that date, all across the board gets nerfed to encourage players to use the new stuff. I've been playing for on and off since the Jungles of Cholt was new. Back when barbarians didn't exist and they were called great weapon fighters. And they were the greatest, most dominant fucking class in the entire game. Back when you could truly customize your character build. You didn't have to like, oh, you're in this tree so you only get access to these skills. Like, you could mix and match with everything that your class had access to. Which is why I don't play Neverwinter, because they keep destroying their game. And they're consistent in destroying their game. So that's why I've been trying to find, and I keep looking at new games that are coming up, just to see if they've got a system like that. I know that I've also been recommended Elite Dangerous, but as small as Elite Dangerous... Okay. Elite Dangerous has a very small, tiny community. Which is fine, but the game is like... So the game started developing, making all this stuff for console and PC. And then they decided, you know what? Console can't keep up with it, so fuck it. We're gonna not support console anymore. But you can still play the game on console, but no new content's getting added to console. It's all getting pushed onto PC. And then with the PC content, it's fun-ish. But the community's so damn small that the let's create the clan system and build our own super space station and move it around and take over territory is super limited on what you're actually capable of doing and exploring with that system due to the size of the community that plays it. Because that would be another good game. So I'm hoping we can get something like... I don't know. Honestly, Dune, if it's cross-platform, that'll be fantastic. If Monster Hunter Wilds has, Monster Hunter Wilds has a guild or clan system, that would be cool too, right? I just want something that has a clan system that gives you a reason to be in the fucking clan. You know, that's important to me. Because then it gives the community a goal to work towards together. And that, to me, is what strengthens a community. A community, and think of it like people in your life. Personal relationships, friendship relationships, things of that nature, right? the closer you are with someone, it's because the more time you spent with them and the more things you've accomplished together. It doesn't matter how small those things are that you've accomplished. It could be like, we cleaned the car out together. Cool, that was a bonding moment. It was a minor a minor bonding moment, but it was still a bonding moment. And those little tiny things build up and strengthen relationships. And if the community is working on a community goal together in a community game, then the community will stay together longer, and it'll strengthen the bonds within that community. And that's what I'm looking for, is a game that offers us the opportunity to do that with our entire community, you know, and not just portions. So that's important to me. Now, anyways, real quick. Helldiver Jess, have you played Fallout 4 before? Because if you have, if you have, I've got two little things that I don't know if you know about in here. Okay, so one thing is that this is Fraternity Post 119. Oh, sorry, 115. And in Fraternal Post 115, we have, which I showed yesterday, okay? I showed this yesterday. There is a computer system right up top here.
If you find any spare parts, you be sure and let me know.
And we get the speech memo, right? My character I called Scare, so it has our name there, right? So this talks about the speech that we're going to give.
Strange. My audio receptors are barely picking up any noise.
Now, I showed that part yesterday. Most people might have come across that one, but the one that some people may have missed is this one right here. You come to the microphone and you're playing as Nate, which is the male archetype.
War. War never changes.
See? You can get him to repeat that. Yep. So there you go. That's another little callback to the beginning of the game. When he was saying war. War never changes. It was the beginning of his speech. Yes, it's the tagline for the Fallout universe, but it was the beginning of his speech. And that's why he mentions that after Nora says, oh, you're gonna knock him dead tonight at the Veterans Hall, honey. We've got the long loading screen. What are we gonna do next? We rescued Nick. Do we want to trigger the Brotherhood? No, we're gonna get Dance. That's what we're doing. We're getting Dance. And there we go.
My apologies. I think I...
Okay, now that that's done, let's do the looting bit, the looting bit, the looting bit. There's a body missing. Interesting. There's usually, at least on console anyways, there's usually a Brotherhood of Steel body up there on the catwalk that you can loot, but I am not seeing it. It's usually right next to this. And then there's usually another one up here next to these folks. Huh. Maybe they got rid of it. Or maybe it just doesn't appear on console. I mean on PC. Weird. Huh. Okay.
Hey,
We appreciate the assistance, civilian, but what's your business here?
I'm just trying to survive out here, like everyone else.
The way you charged in and engaged those ferals, I find that a bit difficult to believe. Are you from a local settlement?
I'm from Vault 111.
You're a vault dweller? Most people wouldn't admit to such a thing. I appreciate your honesty. If I appear suspicious, it's because our mission here has been difficult. Since the moment we arrived in the Commonwealth, we've been constantly under fire. If you want to continue pitching in, we could use an extra gun on our side.
I'll continue to help, but you owe me an explanation first.
Very well. I'm Paladin Dance, Brotherhood of Steel. Over there is Scribe Halen and Knight Reese. We're on recon duty, but I'm down a man and our supplies are running low. I've been trying to send a distress call to my superiors, but the signal's too weak to reach them.
Sir, if I may,
Proceed, Halen.
I've modified the radio tower on the roof of the police station, but I'm afraid it just isn't enough. What we need is something that will boost the signal.
Our target is ArcJet Systems, and it contains the technology we need, the deep-range transmitter. We infiltrate the facility, secure the transmitter, and bring it back here. So what do you say? You willing to lend the Brotherhood of Steel a hand?
Yes.
No time to waste. Let's get moving.
Outstanding.
Now, depending on who you have with you, agreeing to be part of the Brotherhood of Steel or assisting the Brotherhood of
Take Reese
Steel.
inside and bind his wounds.
Yes, sir.
Reese, once you're on your feet, I want you to make certain the perimeter is secure.
I'm on it.
All right, civilian. It's time to prove your worth. Head into the police station and resupply yourself. Then let me know when you're ready to begin. Let's move out, people.
All right, big guy. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Well done. Alright, so yeah, depending on what companion you have with you during that time, when you interact with them and you go ahead and you agree to help them, or join up with the Brotherhood, you can get a negative response from certain companions that don't necessarily care for rigid, authoritarian military groups.
or what?
I don't know. Your prognosis looks pretty grim. Might be more humane to just take you out back
Dan?
and shoot you.
You ready to move out? You're all heart, Doc.
Just quit squirming.
That's it.
Using bobby pins to open those locks. How crude.
Ashtrays. Ashtray.
It's going to be difficult finding anything useful in this mess.
Nobody asked you, Negative Nancy.
How's security looking? We going to be able to hold out here?
This building's pretty solid. We should be safe enough.
Yeah. Unless a behemoth decides to pay us a visit.
Hey, if that happens, we won't last long enough to worry about it.
Facts. It'd just be one of those like shock/terror moments, and then it would be kind of over. We're just gonna take it all. Just because we're eventually gonna use it all anyways. We missed a room. Uh-huh.
Hello, team. Captain Whitmark here. Welcome to the task force. Operation Winter's End starts now, with you. Together, we will knock Eddie Winter off his throne and dump his sorry ass in a 2,000-volt easy chair. It should come as a surprise to no one that our operations in Boston have been, in a word, compromised. Winter has eyes everywhere, even the BPD. So, our brothers across the river in Cambridge have been kind enough to let us use the Cambridge Police Department as our base of operations. Let's get to work. Good hunting.
Heads up.
I'd be happy to help if I can.
I didn't realize I had all these weapons on me. Well, we're definitely going to be correcting that. Alright, so, real quick. This used to be a thing that worked. It doesn't work anymore. But this 18884 Vault-Tec phone number, you used to be able to call this. Doesn't work anymore. But you used to be able to call that number. And it would be roughly like a 40-second recording, basically Vault-Tec saying, due to the increased demand of their products and things of that nature, they can't get to the phone right now. It was pretty awesome. But again, that does not work anymore. Which makes sense, because it's probably expensive to maintain a private number like that for a video game. Reese is just angry all the time. I think that's his name. I don't pay much attention to him. That's your name? Reese, yep. What's up, Scareborne? How are you doing today, my friend? I am doing outstanding. Had a little interruptions earlier with OBS acting funny. But we got all that squared away. How are you doing? Hope everything is outstanding. Fallout 4 is a 10 years old game. I don't think Bethesda would keep feature available for so much time. That's true. They wouldn't. There's man, I can't remember which game it is. There's a few games though that have kept their Easter eggs alive. But this game is not one of them. I heard on the news that Bethesda is planning to create Fallout 5 just after the Elder Scrolls 6. Yep. That they announced that a while ago, a few years ago. Yeah, a few years ago they announced that. And as far as I know, that's still their plan. And all I can say is I really hope that Todd Howard is not in the fucking company when that happens. He has probably been the single most damaging thing to happen to the Fallout universe. We're gonna be fighting ghouls.
Did you hear that? I suggest we take as much as we can carry.
There's still more bad guys. Oh, I just saw you come out there. Come on. Oh, pop your head back up there. I saw it. What do you think about the lore in Fallout 5? Because both Fallout 3 and 4 are like a reunion lore. Well, that's how Fallout universe was supposed to be. Just Todd Howard decided to retcon a lot of the previous lore so that he could make Fallout 3 because he felt that he could make Fallout universe better than the developers that made it to begin with. Like, he retconned the third Fallout game, because the third Fallout game was Fallout Brotherhood of Steel Tactics. He also retconned the Fallout Bible, which was a major piece of lore that established the rules of the universe. So, yeah, like... So the first Fallout game...
We've lost them, sir.
The first Fallout game, you played a vault dweller who... Your vault, their water chip broke. So you had to leave the vault to go and find a new water chip to fix the vault water. So you did that, and it was timed, and if you didn't get it done in time, the vault died and you failed. So you got the vault fixed. Woo! But you found super mutants along the way. You found this typical bad ones, right? But then Fallout, the original Fallout also had Marcus. Marcus was a friendly super mutant that you could recruit. He was a sheriff of a town, and you could recruit him, and it was fantastic. We also had Dogmeat, right? We also had a place called Shady Sands. It was a village with the daughter of the village elder named Tandy. She'll be important later. We also met Harold. He was a ghoul. He had a little twig growing out of the side of his head. And the twig's name was Herbert. But Harold liked to piss off Herbert, so he'd call him Bob. Yeah, because Herbert didn't like it. So, and that was Fallout. And when you told the overseer, hey, here's the water chip, we fixed the vault, we saved our people, woo! But we're super mutants, and we found all this crazy shit on the surface. What are we gonna do about it? And your overseer goes, go destroy the super mutants. So you go to a military base and you find the Master. You know, the one that the super mutants keep talking about, the Master. Yeah, you find that dude himself and kill him. Then you go back to the vault, and the vault overseer goes, you saved us again. Thank you. But now you're famous, so you can't live here anymore. Get fucked, stay on the surface. So then you're outcast. Fallout 2 starts out, you're a tribal person, and your tribe is dying because the land is dying. So you have to go and get a Garden of Eden creation kit, a GECK. But before you can get sent out on the adventure to go get the GECK, you have to go through a series of trials. So you go through these trials, and you survive all the trials and tests. And at the very end, you get your reward, which is the founder of your tribe's equipment, which is the Vault 13 jumpsuit, the Pip-Boy, the Vault 13 canteen, and you'll get a 10mm pistol. Because your character from the first game was the founder of your tribe. That's what they did after they were kicked out of the vault for saving everybody. That was their reward. They got kicked out, so they created their own tribe, and you're a descendant. Now you're doing the adventure quest to go save your people again. This time, if your people die, they don't give a shit because they're just tribals. So if they die, you don't get the Garden of Eden creation kit. It doesn't matter. You can keep playing, which is new because the first one you had to do it, and it was in the time frame, or you failed and you had to start the game over. So now they don't care because it's tribals. We're fine with that. So they go over here. I know what I just said, and it's the way that their developers work. If you look at the irony that in the social commentary that the Fallout universe has always made, that's one of them right there. So the other thing that ends up happening is you run into the Enclave. And the Enclave have real life people running it. No supercomputers, right? These are fucking people. There's the President of the United States he was elected. They live on an oil rig off the coast of California and Oregon. And they're kind of exerting their dominance by telling people you either serve with us and fall under our authority, or you die, period, because we're the government, and we should rule everything like we did before the Great War. To which you blow up the oil rig and kill everybody, men, women, children, officers, politicians, the president, all of them. They all die. You kill everybody, then you blow up the oil rig for good measure, and that's the end of the Enclave. Enclave no longer exists. Now, during this time, what did we do? We ran into the Brotherhood of Steel, which is the same group from the first game. We ran into Marcus, the super mutant. Yeah, we ran into Marcus again. That was pretty cool. And he remembered your character from the first game. Talks about a few things, too. Then we run into Harold, the ghoul, only instead of a twig, it's now like a branch. And he still calls it, and its name is still Herbert, and he calls it Bob because it pisses Herbert off. So we get to interact with him again. That's really cool. He remembers some things from the previous game that he comments about, which is pretty cool. We get to run into Dogmeat, which is also pretty cool. Right. So we got all these different connections, and it's in the same region of the world. First game is California, southern central California. The second one is central northern California with portions of Nevada. So we're staying in the same region. All these people are all interconnected. Then we go into Brotherhood of Steel Tactics. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel Tactics. We are now in the Brotherhood of Steel chapter that has existed from the first and the second game. So they're all still connected. And we're still in the same areas of operation, which is all really cool. And you get to earn your rank up through ranks. And by the way, in the second game, you get a car. You can find and fix a car called the Highwayman in the second game, which is fantastic. And you remember that settlement, Shady Sands, that I told you was like a little village, and they had a village elder, and his daughter's name was Tandy? Yeah, she's an old woman now. And Shady Sands is now the capital of the New California Republic. Yep. So it's all connected, which is really, really cool. And then you go to Fallout 3. When Todd Howard said he can do it better than Fallout creators did, right? Like, he can do it better. He's got this. Immediately retconned the Fallout Bible, immediately retconned Fallout Brotherhood of Steel tactics, and then turned around and took it to the other side of the country, which had no connections whatsoever to the previous games, and then went, you know who the big bad is? It's a computer that runs the Enclave, that claims to be the president, that's telling all the humans to kill all the non-humans for purity's sake. A robot computer is telling the humans to kill anything not human, and they're listening. And we're going to call it the Enclave. You know, the Enclave that we destroyed in the second game? Yeah. That's Todd Howard's lore. And that's why he's like the worst fucking thing to happen to the entire franchise. It's fantastic that he made it on console. It's fantastic that he converted it from a turn-based bird's eye view campaign game. Like, that's cool. I appreciate that. But you fucked up a lot of the lore, dude. And then, because everyone was so mad, like the entire fan base that was a original fan base from the Fallout universe was so fucking mad about that, they rushed in an 18-month period Fallout New Vegas to apologize to the fan base. There is no other reason why you would rush a game when you're a studio the size of Bethesda with the success Bethesda had, unless you're apologizing because you know you fucked up. And then that game is a direct continuation from the first games. Because why do we have? We have Marcus again, the super mutant sheriff, right? We've got the NCR, we've got the Gun Runners, we've got Crimson Caravan trading group, right? Like, we've got all the things back from the first two games that connected everything again, which was really nice because that's the point of Fallout. Fallout jumps enough ahead of in time where things can have developed, things have changed, but there's still enough people that have references to the previous titles to keep the games all interconnected, and you have returning characters. Marcus is one of them, Harold's another one, and Dogmeat is the third one. Those are our returning characters, consistently. Marcus was not in Fallout 3, which was wild, because he's a nice super mutant that helps everybody. He's the sheriff. So, like, where would he go? And Harold, you're telling me the ghoul, who's got no sense about him, no weaponry, no wealth, no armor, not a violent bone in the dude's body, and you're telling me he traveled on his own with a tree growing out of his fucking skull all the way from California to Washington, D.C., and then became a tree itself. And that made sense, Todd? Really? So, like, Fallout was always meant to be connected. It's always been connected. Todd was the one that severed those connections. And then he learned some from his mistakes, because now we get Fallout 4. Fallout 4 has McCready. Remember the little kid, the mayor of Little Lamplight Town? In Fallout 3, we have him as an adult now. Cool. Right? We had the, in Rivet City, there was the head of the Synth Retention Bureau, the SRB, right, for the Institute. Well, in this one, we get the rest of the Institute. So that's cool. That's connecting. And then the Brotherhood of Steel. They kept the same Brotherhood of Steel chapter because Elder Maxim, who's running it in this game, is the child in the third game at the Citadel. So they kept everything connected. They advanced enough in time, shifted into a different region, but it's close enough where there would still be overlap, but it'd still be a new area. So Madison Lee also returns. Yep, Madison Lee also returns. And so does Liberty Prime, obviously. You know, so like they have these moments that make the references back to 3 because that was the original formula. And Todd learned real quick. There's certain fan bases in this world, in real life, that you don't fucking piss off. Fallout is one of those. So New Vegas had to get pushed out as an apology to kind of like gain some credit back, gain some good faith and goodwill back. Which is why he refuses to acknowledge it. He hates that fucking game and why it's broken as shit. And he always tries to focus on other things. And that's the one that they get to screw with in Amazon with the TV show. Right? At least Amazon knows what's the most popular among the fan base. I'll give him that much credit. But the next thing he had to do was then he had to revert back to the original formula for Fallout games, which was they had to be connected to the previous title. That was one of the hard rules. So he's learned some lessons, for sure. But then 76 came out, and he fucked it all up again. I wish he stopped screwing it up. But, so the whole reunion thing has always been part of the franchise. Like, everything's always been connected, and we get reunions with our old traveling companions and old NPC interactions with the same factions and all of that. Like, it's always been that way, and that was part of the thing that appealed so much to the original fan base, was that these games were very, very obviously and clearly connected, and you couldn't miss it if you had played all of them. It was that level of connection. And he took that away from us with 3. And that made everybody mad. So, it's always been that way until Todd got involved. And Todd learned his lesson from fucking that up. Where he went back to, okay, we're gonna revert back to what did work so that way we don't repeat the same mistakes going forward. Hence the reason why all of the games Bethesda has done are all on the East Coast. The original lore franchise was on the West Coast. And we were slowly moving east. So, it was always meant to be that way. It was originally that way. He was the reason it changed. So, my headphone just beeped at me. So here's what we have to do. I have to save. Quick save and regular save. Now, here's why. Because when I switch my headset, it's going to freeze up the game. But this way, we can at least just restart the game and not lose progress. All right. Yep, it froze it up again. It's every time that I switch the headphones on it. But it's very much, there's 2 sets of lore, and it's because Todd thought he could do it better. And he was quickly proven wrong. But now you have 2 types of fans that exist within the Fallout fan base. You have the fans that have always been fans since the first game, and then you have the fans that started with 3 and 4. And they're fans of the new lore instead of the original lore. So there's a divide now. So now the Fallout universe as a fandom doesn't have the same impact as it originally did when he released 3, which kind of sucks, because then that means that they're able to destroy it more with less repercussions. C76 as example. Like, I'm not one of those fans that gatekeeps. I don't give a shit about a universe's lore changing. In fact, I very much want universe's lore to change, because that means there's development. But I want the established lore, regardless of what it is, to be respected. Right? Like, you want to go to the East Coast? Cool, go to the fucking East Coast. But there are rules that have been established in the lore that should be followed, you know? For example, the Brotherhood splitting into 2 groups, the Outcasts and the Brotherhood, would never happen. Because they are raised and ingrained and indoctrinated from birth to follow orders, follow chain of command, and follow regulation. Period. Hard stop. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No debating. It's not allowed. Period. That's their entire shtick. And you're telling me that they got an elder who decided to destroy traditions, and then a group of them just decided, well, we don't like the way that they're leading, we're leaving. Really? That would never happen. Not in a million fucking years. So it's like, if you're gonna make new stuff, respect the lore at least, right? Like, I do want it to evolve. I want it to evolve. I want it to make sense. I want it to grow. I want it to expand. But I also want the established lore that people have gone through that created this universe and made sure was fleshed out, and it made sure that it made sense within the universe's rules. I want that lore to be respected and evolved from, not retconned to create new lore. That's my stance when it comes to lore in universes. It doesn't matter what the universe is, right? Like, respect the established lore and evolve from there. Don't retcon it for convenience, because you don't have the storytelling chops to fucking continue to evolve and grow the lore. You know, it's very clear to me, from what I understood, you're a big fan of Fallout franchise. You have a great knowledge about the game series. I do. I love this franchise. There's quite a few franchises that I feel that way about. Dragon Age is another one. Mass Effect's another one. Warhammer's another one. I know there's more. I just can't. The Mafia series is another one. Ooh, that'll tell us about that one place.
Got it.
Scareborne, there is a small thing I've always wanted to be exist in the Fallout game series. I think it would make all sense if they had mech vehicles similar to power armor, but a vehicle. I have to think on that. Okay, so based on everything I know about the universe of Fallout, the only way you could logically pull that off, the only way that you could make that functional, is if the Brotherhood of Steel, and it has to be that faction, the Brotherhood of Steel were to figure out a way to take Liberty Prime technology and the power armor technology and combine them. That would be the way that you would do that, and it would be logically sound and fit within the established lore of the universe. Because they are the ones that hound and hoard technology. Which means they have people studying them and developing their own new technology and things of that nature. They're not a static faction when it comes to technology development. So they would be the one that it would make sense with. And that would have to be the reason there too, is you would have to make it we're doing it because Liberty Prime keeps getting fucked up and we need more control. That would be the way to establish that.
Hey,
But it would be doable. Very, very, very specific circumstances, but it would be doable.
What can I do for you?
And it would fit in the lore. So yeah, going forward, they could do that for sure. That would actually be kind of cool now that I'm thinking about that more. Okay. Carla.
Yeah.
Carla.
Back again? Time to do business?
Sure. Let's take a look.
Yeah, keep your shirt.
What if I don't want to keep my shirt on? Well, then we would say that's weird. Let's go get some more 10 mil. Yeah, it couldn't have existed, though, prior to the war. Because if it existed prior to the war, you wouldn't need commando assault teams, and you wouldn't need invasion forces. And you wouldn't need the power armor troops. You would just run heavy mechs like that. So yeah, that logically, in the world and the universe that's been established, it would have to be...
Hi.
Looking to resupply?
Brotherhood of Steel going
Let
forward.
me see what you've got.
Take a look.
I agree with your point, but my opinion about the existence of the mech vehicle in the game would be about you can create robots with modified power armor. See, that's another option, is creating robots with modified power armor. The other thing that it could be is a robot faction themselves broke away and went, hey, what if we armored ourselves further? Because we've seen robots that are capable of sentient thought and decision making. And I'm not talking just synths, right? Ada. Ada's a robot that made an established decision to do things. Same with Codsworth. Made an established decision to do things. They're not bound, slaved to programming. They choose to follow their programming because they want to. Because we also see Cleo. She's an Assaultron and she chooses to be a vendor, you know? So they could create a new faction as well that would also be fitting to develop that level of technology, and it's robots that just decided, you know what, we're done serving everybody else. We're going to handle it ourselves. Or at least, like, take care of our own ourselves, you know, something to that effect. That would actually be kind of cool. Why not combine a robot and a power, right? Like that, legitimately, that would be kind of cool too. Just take the power armor suit and then stuff like a AI core matrix or something to that effect inside of it. That would be pretty dope. I know there's a mod for it for Fallout 4 where you can make your power armor sentient as guards. At least there used to be on console.
Hey, Cleo.
I hope you're buying.
Sure. Sure. Let's take a look.
Each weapon.
finds.
Oh, your bag. Can't get enough look.
Sure, let's take a look.
It's a little bit of everything.
10 mil.
You step
Okay, now then.
through the.
Back to go deal with Dance. That would be really cool though, if they started doing like the Iron Man thing with the power armor as like officially part of the lore. And I want to see a robot faction, not a synth faction. I want to see an actual robot faction where they're like, you know what, fuck people, fuck organics. You know what, we're just gonna go over here and do our own thing. I think that would be so funny.
Paladin Dance.
You ready to move out?
Ready?
Outstanding. Follow me, and try not to lag behind.
Okay. Just my opinion, I think modders could create a mod like functional mechs to show Bethesda it's possible in the game. That's fair. But you know what? here's a really big reality. If Bethesda wants to make money hand over fist in the next Fallout game, there's exactly two choices. That's it. The first choice that they would have, and the one that would make the most money, give us a Fallout game that doesn't take place in the United States that's official and canon. You saw how popular Fallout London was. I would like to know what's going on in the rest of the world myself. You know? We know that the Great War happened between America and China. Why don't we go do a game in China? Let's see what that place looks like in the Fallout universe. You know? I think it would be pretty fucking cool. The other option that they could do, because you got to think of where we're located now, right? So we've got California, Nevada, Arizona. And I think they went to, what was it, Utah? In one of the DLCs for New Vegas, right? So they've come across to that point. And then you've got DC, and you've got Boston, and then you've got Virginia, West Virginia, right? They could go to New Orleans or like a Texas, New Mexico type deal. If they go to the Texas, New Mexico type deal, you have to continue from the New Vegas lore. If you go from the New Orleans territory, you have to continue from Fallout 4's lore, but maintaining and incorporating the lore from Fallout 76. So that way it makes sense to continue the trek across the United States. But you have to do somewhere popular. Like if you do New Mexico, you have to, Roswell has to be a major focal point. Santa Fe has to be a major focal point. If you do Louisiana, New Orleans has to be a major focal point. Right? Because you want popular locations that the people outside of the country that the game is taking place in would also be aware of. Texas, you could just do fucking Texas. Why? Because there isn't a single country in the world that knows the United States exists that doesn't know that Texas is in the United States. Right? It's kind of like New York and California. Everyone knows that's United States around the world. You may not be able to name other countries if you don't live in the United States and haven't studied the United States or other states if you've never studied us or been here, but you know that those 3 states exist, right? So I personally would love to see a game outside of the United States. I want to see what the rest of the world looks like in the Fallout universe. But if you are going to stay to the United States, you need to go to somewhere that the rest of the world is aware of. Not very many people outside the United States know about fucking West Virginia. You know, you got to stop picking remote places that the rest of the world in real life don't know about. So those are their only 2 options if they really want to make money hand over fists on the next Fallout game. Is you have to continue a storyline from either the West Coast or the East Coast, or establish a 3rd one, and it's got to be either outside of the world or it's got to be in a state that is popular. Let's see here. As a Brazilian guy, I would like to see a Fallout game down here in South America. Yeah, South America. Doing a Fallout game that incorporates portions of the Amazon jungle would be fucking terrifying. Could you imagine? Like everyone knows how deadly that place is, and the fact that there is so many goddamn wild creatures that just we don't know about, because we still discover new shit on a regular basis out of the Amazon as far as new animal and insect species. But we also know that there's like anacondas there that we don't know the actual sizes of. We only know what the largest has been captured, and we know for a fact that anacondas exist that are far larger than what has been captured. Could you imagine one of those with the wackiness of a Fallout universe, like amped up on fucking radiation? Do you know how terrifying that would be? Right? And then you have the tribes that are uncontacted by outside people. What would they mutate into with the heavy levels of radiation dosages? Like, what would happen to them? Right? And then you've got the unique building styles that they have down in South America, right? Where we see it in movies and TV, we see it in advertisements on YouTube and commercials, and we see it in videos on YouTube. But you see where like houses are built on top of houses just slightly off, and like people hang out on the roofs and walk on the roofs and stuff. Like, that's a unique building style that in a Fallout universe you could do a lot of really cool shit with, you know, like, so yeah, I would love to see something down there. That would be really cool. But I genuinely think that they need to take Fallout out of the United States. And if you are going to keep it in the United States, it has to be a famous state that everyone in the world knows about. But I would love to see something outside of the United States. I mean, what is the Brotherhood looking for? Technology. What if the Brotherhood is looking for technology and they decide to travel to South America? Honestly, the Brotherhood could travel to South America, but the other reality is that you don't need a reason to connect. If you go outside of the United States, you don't actually have to connect it any longer. You can establish a new storyline. Because the Brotherhood of Steel is the remnants of the United States military. Like, say for example, you said you're from Brazil, right? What factions would rise out of the Brazilian military? What factions would arise out of the Brazilian government? Right? Whatever criminal organizations that exist, what factions would arise out of there? Because here we've got the Triggermen, right? The Triggermen are a criminal enterprise. It's the evolved version of the Mafia. So I think if they're gonna do a game outside of the United States, they need to have their own established factions for that region that makes sense for that region. They can be similar to, they can be in communication with, but they should absolutely have their own factions that are inspired by real life. What would happen logically in this setting, in this universe, if this happened? Because the Brazilian government and the Brazilian military wouldn't just be like, ah, nukes went off. Fuck it. We don't exist anymore. We're good. We're just gonna go home. Deuces, right? Like, that's not happening. You know damn well there's gonna be politicians that are gonna want to maintain control and power and exert that authority. You know damn well that there's gonna be military going, well, if the government's kind of fucked at this point, we don't have to listen to them. We can just do our own thing now. And look, we got an arsenal and people that are trained already. Right? Like the Brotherhood of Steel did. So I think that if they do it outside of the United States, they need to make sure that they are giving the respect due to the countries that are represented by giving them their own factions that are descended from their own real life groups, like their own militaries, their own governments, and things of that nature. But it would be really freaking cool. Now, if it's a country, if you do it in a country that has a United States military presence, like a base established there, then yeah, you could have the Brotherhood of Steel, 100%. But you would have to have a reason why the United States military, it would be down there.
We should be able to avoid the larger packs of ferals infesting Cambridge.
And the other thing is like the Brotherhood are hoarding technology to prevent people using it because they don't want the world to end on again. Are you not walking with me, Dance? Hey, fuckface, turn around. Go. Move.
Traveling this far from the police station is a risk. But getting that transmitter up and running needs to be our top priority. If it was up to me, I'd relocate my team. But Scribe Halen detected some disturbing energy readings in the area that need to be investigated. We don't know much about them, except that they're short-lived and broadcast on a frequency only attainable with a high level of technology. We're concerned that whoever or whatever is creating those energy readings might be a potential threat. So it's our job to investigate.
So every time that I play this mission on console, there it is, there's a group of raiders robbing a caravan. We don't need the pipe weapons. We're getting to a point now where we're gonna be getting even more stingy with the loot we're picking up because we're not struggling for caps or basic loot anymore, or weapons or ammo.
They came back with crates full of pre-war artifacts and historical documents. The second wasn't so fortunate. Shortly after they arrived, we lost contact with them, and they haven't been heard from since. As far as my team goes, we've lost 4 good men to this godforsaken wasteland. We've been a target from the moment we arrived, but despite our setbacks, I don't intend to give up and head home, or end up missing.
Dance afraid of walking in the wasteland. Come on. I know, right? Like, bro, you got power armor on and you're a paladin. It would take canonizing an ending. But there's another way that you could have the Brotherhood of Steel show up in South America. If you really wanted Brotherhood of Steel South America, there's a way to do it. But it would require Bethesda canonizing an ending in Fallout 4. Because the Brotherhood of Steel, for the first time, have the Zeppelin. And because they have the Zeppelin, they would be able to travel outside of the country. So they, in theory, could be traveling, but it would have to be led by Maxon. Maxon is the one that would have to inspire expansion outside of the United States, because he's the one that had the formal education, that was raised and trained by an elder to be, and groomed to be an elder. So it would have to be him, and he's super ambitious, and he's young enough where you could pull it off. The other way that you could do it is if the Brotherhood of Ooh. Alien EDM, did you ever play Metro? The Metro Exodus game? He didn't know that yet, but he don't know that yet, but he is a synth wearing power armor. I always want him to be a man. That's fair. He doesn't know that he's a synth. He becomes pretty devastated when he figures out he's a synth. Which, by the way, I just want to point out, why the fuck is it that Dance can't join the Minutemen? Dance absolutely should be able to join the Minutemen. As soon as he finds out he's a synth. If we actually stand up for him and we defend him and we protect him and we take out the Brotherhood, or leave the Brotherhood alone, whatever the fuck the case may be, he should be able to join the Minutemen. The Minutemen are still a paramilitary organization that are out to help people, which is all he cares about. Oh, look at that. Just got another achievement. Discover 100 locations. Nice. But, like, that was always another thing that bugged me about Dance. Is, like, he logically, if he's kept alive, he should have joined the Minutemen. The Minutemen are, like, the perfect organization for him to transfer over to. From what I saw in the TV series, the Brotherhood canonically survived in the Boston lot. This is... Okay, so... The TV series, you're... Okay,
Listen
so...
up. We do this...
No. The Brotherhood in the Fallout series is not the Brotherhood from Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. The Fallout Brotherhood in the Amazon TV series is the Fallout from the first game, the second game, and Brotherhood of Steel Tactics, and New Vegas. That is that Brotherhood of Steel. They are separate. East Coast and West Coast have two separate groups. So, the TV series is taking place in the West Coast, which is why we're getting New Vegas in the next season. So, but there are two different groups. And canonically, the Brotherhood of Steel from DC did not survive intact. How we know this? Because in this game right here, this Fallout 4 game, when the Brotherhood of Steel show up and you're able to walk around amongst their ranks, you will hear them on a regular basis state, "Remember the Citadel." Meaning, the lone wanderer from Fallout 3 in the Broken Steel DLC post-game chose to destroy the Citadel. That is a canonic thing because of the way they wrote this game. So, those are the two things that have been established that we know for sure, that we can definitively go, look, here's the moment in the game that we know that.
Clean and quiet. No heroics and by the book. Understood?
Understood.
Outstanding. Remember, our primary target is the deep-range transmitter. Stay focused and check your fire. I don't want to be hit by stray bullets.
Here.
It was corporations like this that put the last nail in the coffin for mankind. They exploited technology for their own gains, pocketing the cash and ignoring the damage they'd done. Look at these wrecks. It appears as though the facility's automated security's already been dealt with.
Paladin.
Look at these wrecks. It appears...
Sure. Is this the Brotherhood of Steel's handiwork?
Unfortunately, no. Look at the evidence. There isn't a single spent ammunition casing or drop of blood in sight. These robots were assaulted by Institute synths.
I'll be on the lookout.
Roger that. Let's move out. This place is a mess, but I still see a few pieces of salvage that the Brotherhood might be interested in. After we're done here, I'll have to mark this place for sweep and retrieve. Looks like a dead end. See if you can find a way to get that door open. I'm gonna reconnoiter the area.
I will get it open in a moment, bud. I first want to grab a few things.
Quite a few impressive devices around here.
Oh man, I gotta remember to save before I interact with shit like that again. Okay.
There we go.
You certainly have a knack for adapting to technology.
We may have a problem.
I'm on sight of my target.
I don't think we're alone.
Powering down weapons, sir.
Engaging hostile life form. Attacking enemy.
Over there!
Well,
Actuator.
Contact lost.
Enemies over here.
god damn it, Dance.
Multiple stim targets. Take them down.
Combat subroutine. Eliminating all hostiles.
Not much of a threat after all.
You like to loot, don't you? Well, yeah. Everyone likes to loot. Loot, loot, loot. Not to mention, looting is how you make money in this game, like most games, but loot is also how you get crafting materials. And the crafting materials is something that's super important to me when I'm not modding. When I'm modding, I just give myself everything so I don't have to loot. But I really enjoy building in this game, and it takes a lot of goddamn materials to do the massive builds that I end up doing. You'll see. I'll eventually get there. I'm just not high enough level to get all the perks unlocked for the style and way that I'm going to do it.
Yes.
It's a standard one. Okay, so now let's go do this. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. What else do we got? There we go. That's resetting my tries.
Nice.
Like to loot myself too, like... Alright. Actually, I call my, I don't know if you've noticed, but where the stream elements, it'll say looty loot loot. Because the reality is, like, everybody has a little bit of a loot goblin in them. So, yeah, looting is something I do promote.
Damn synths have
It just
compromised most of the facility.
so happens that I play games where it's super beneficial and important to loot. There we go. So then here. A little bit more. There we go.
Nice.
Alright, I think we're good. Oh. 10 mil round. Yep, thank you. I am been hypocrite. I like to salute myself, like we say in the dusty talking about the dirty. Yeah, we have a similar saying. It's the pot calling the kettle black.
Perfect.
Because they're both, yeah. Energy weapon permanently inflicts 5% critical damage. I would honestly, I wouldn't look at it as like hypocritical or anything like that. What I would do is that to me it came across more as a as an observation, which it's a very accurate observation. Overdue book. Make sure you grab those coffee cups. Bobby pins. Stim packs.
My olfactory sensors just spiked. You may want to hold your breath. I doubt we'll find anything valuable in this building. But I'm game if you are.
But I'm game if you are. Nice. I don't think I've heard that one from them. I always use... That's one of my other things that I do with my mods is there's a Mr. Gusty voice emulator that you can put on your robots. There's a mod for it. That's usually what I end up doing. So that's why I'm not as familiar with their voices. Throw Mr. Gusty on with Minutemen colors. Nope, because the eye.
I'm through.
Ends.
Using a keyboard. How quaint.
How quaint. Man, you're kind of an asshole, Terror.
Such a senseless waste of perfectly good technology.
All right. Oh. Mentats.
Engine cores ahead. Should be our final stop.
Yeah, Tara's kind of an asshole. How quaint. And he's so fucking posh about it. How quaint.
Watch your footing. Power's out in this section. The transmitter should be in the control room at the top of the core, but it looks like the elevators are dead. We'll have to keep heading down for now and find a way to get the facility's power back online. Look at this place. Scribes would have a field day in here. There has to be a power backup system somewhere. Scout the maintenance area off of the main chamber. I'll remain here and watch our backs.
Where's it at? There's the junk jet.
Jeering, leering, laughing, mocking, taunting. Oh, he graduated all right from high school. It's fine, I'm sure he took shop class. Oh, look, he's reading the science mags. How cute. Har, har, har. Shop class. Let's see them make this shop class. Marvel of engineering.
Nice.
Finest in weaponized refuse acceleration. My beauty.
Man, that audio.
My junk jet.
So because he got made fun of, he made the junk jet to go get his revenge.
Yes.
All
Engine
right.
core power restored.
Run!
You hear that?
Thermal engine fueled.
Close the
Primed
door.
and standing by for your command. Command accepted. Commencing 5-second countdown. 5.
I want to know why he's not
4.
wearing his helmet when this burns
3.
and it doesn't damage his face
2.
at all.
The destruction of fellows. 1.
If he was wearing his helmet, it would make sense.
Here my target has engine firing.
See? If he was wearing his helmet, that makes sense.
Test firing completed with an efficiency rating of 96.7%.
Which would also mean that if his skin, because he is a synth, is fire resistant like that, then that also means his hair, because he's got facial hair, is also fire resistant to that degree. And the little hood thing he's wearing is also fire resistant to that degree. Which begs the question of, how do you justify not having tremendous amounts of fucking scars on you when you're in the line of work you're in? And how does nobody notice that? And how did our person with a military background not fucking notice that his face didn't get burned off when he wasn't wearing his helmet in combat when the freaking jet thing went off above his head and we watched him get engulfed in flames? Why did nobody ask a question?
Oh my god! Are you alright? Got cooked by those flames. But thanks to my power armor, I'm still in one piece. The important thing is that we're still alive. We have a way to get to the transmitter. Let's go.
Looks like Arcjet was planning to go off planet before the war. I asked if they were associated Vault-Tec. No, they weren't associated Vault-Tec. Arcjet was just
Going down.
they were in propulsion rocket development systems, which can be used in every capacity possible, which is up to and including warfare, which was the primary focus and drive, which
Going up.
I mean, it makes sense. We do the same thing here in the United States. We have bases. In fact, there's a few bases that have been built and then just a demolished, or not a demolished, abandoned rather, that were designed to test propulsion rocket systems.
I think we're being stalked.
Away from the public eye. In fact, there's one in California that I grew up next to for the Atlas ICBM missiles. They tested the thruster rocket for the rocket on the ICBM down there for the Atlas, and it was all indoors. It was kind of like this, and when it was project was done, they left, and you're not supposed to. It's considered trespassing. They have signs up telling you not to fucking trespass, and there's fences everywhere, but people still fucking go there. Because there's nothing there. The buildings are still there. The tunnel systems and everything are like, it's all still intact. So you can go down there. And people go down there all the time and take pictures and stuff like that, irregardless of the fact they're not supposed to. But yeah, it's a very common way of testing propulsion systems. Like I said, we've been doing it forever in the US. Since we've started building propulsion systems, we've been doing it this way. And I imagine most of the rest of the world does it that way, just to like safeguard their own technology development. So, oh goodness, level 10 on Helldivers 2 is awesome. Just completed 3 missions. Nice, very nice.
Detected. Movement detected. Curious.
They're in the control.
Who were you fighting? Bots, bugs, squids? What were you doing, Jess?
Let's get this done.
I hope that's the last of them. Damn it. I don't see
And were you
the device
doing them
anywhere.
with a group,
Fan
or
out
are you
and
doing
check
them
the city
solo?
domains. They may
I
have been
imagine
after
a
the
group,
transmitter
right?
as well.
You might want to drop some of those things you're carrying.
Well, Terror, if you insist,
Let's get out of here. We'll take the service elevator.
I will
to the
drop them
surface.
off in your inventory. Come here, Terror.
Hey.
Yes?
Going up.
Bots? Very nice, very nice. And solo. Impressive. That's pretty cool. So I'm guessing, what? Rubber band, recoilless rifle, laser, light armor. I'm trying to guess your loadout that you would have run on that. Imagine you bring some sentries. Probably what? Your Eagle?
The bunker looks clear.
500k?
Let's move out.
KG bomb, maybe? What did you bring with you? What was your loadout? Talking about go off planet, I ask why Zetton's aliens are not trying to take Earth now after the Fallout War. I mean, we know they're abducting people, but for what purpose? That's the first question that should be asked, is what purpose are they abducting them for? Because from what we can see is they are studying, right? Now, if you take over a planet, what happens then? Well, then you have to sustain your people there. You have to establish supply lines, logistics, all of those things. And then if you are making yourself known and having a major presence like that, you know what else you got to do? You got to set up diplomatic relations with everybody, or use violence to control and subdue everybody. And then at that point, if you have to resort to violence, then you also have to provide. You have to take care of their problems. You have to provide them their necessities and basic needs to be able to survive. Food, shelter, security, things of that nature, right? Like, that's a lot of the reason why people why major countries have the ability to go take over places and they don't, or they help establish other, like, local government or whatever, because they don't want to take over the responsibility of taking care of. So that would be why they're not going to take over anything. It's because they don't want to take care of the humans. They just want to observe them. Why they're observing us, why they're abducting us from different time periods, not a fucking clue. But that's why you wouldn't want to establish, why they wouldn't want to take over, is they would have to establish food resources, because they clearly don't eat what humans eat. We see that on Fallout 3 when you go on their ship, right? They have a completely different food source. So there's that. We know they can breathe our oxygen because we fight quite a few of them that don't have helmets on. So they can breathe their food is different than ours, so they would have to figure out a way to establish a way to self-sustain a population of their own race on Earth, which would mean they'd have to figure out a way to grow their own food or create their own food using the materials that naturally occur on the Earth, which we don't know what their dietary interactions would be with human food. So that would be the first issue. And the next issue, again, is like, it's a very undesirable posting if you're an alien. Like, wouldn't you want to be established around other aliens? Wouldn't you want to be around your own family, your own type, your own kin, right? Friends? Have things to go do that they would find entertaining or whatever. Whereas if you're on Earth, you're surrounded by a bunch of humans that are extremely violent, that don't like you because you're different. Right? So that would be very costly for them manpower wise, because they'd have to maintain security, they'd have to fight constantly on top of keeping people supplied, which then means you also, because you have a threat of violence, you also have to make sure that medical personnel are there and medical facilities are there, which then you have to provide all of that, which you can see where quickly it becomes not worth the endeavor. Now, if they were taking resources off the planet, like a mining operation, that might be worth them taking over just to establish those. But they're not doing that. They're just abducting people and observing them. So there's not a benefit.
Excuse me, Paladin Vance?
Well, that could have gone smoother, but mission accomplished.
A Ruptor recoilless sentry. Did you run full sentry build? Like all four of your, or all three of your remaining stratagems were sentries? And you ran the Eruptor. Oh, the Eruptor did get really, really freaking good. That's still really that's really impressive, Jess. I know how difficult 10s are, so like that's really impressive. Genuinely, that you ran 3 of them solo.
Smoother? I thought we did fine.
That sweep was sloppy. We were caught unprepared more than once, which is
Look, he's got a scar on his face. He's got a scar.
Gave us the edge we needed. I'm not certain I could have accomplished the mission alone.
He's got a scar on his face, which means his skin can be damaged, so why wasn't it fucking damaged by the fire that we watched him get engulfed in? Missing little details like that.
I thought we worked well as a team.
Agreed. It's a refreshing change to work with a civilian who can follow orders properly. That being said, I believe we have 2 important matters to discuss. First and foremost, if you'll hand me the deep-range transmitter, I'd like to compensate you for your assistance during this operation. I think you'll find this weapon useful. It's my own personal modification of the standard Brotherhood laser rifle. May it serve you well in battle.
Woo! That's gonna go in the stash.
That isn't necessary.
I insist you keep it. The Brotherhood believes in paying all of its debts. Now, as far as the second matter goes, I wanted to make you a proposal. We had a lot thrown at us back there. Our op could have ended in disaster, but you kept your cool and handled it like a soldier. There's no doubt in my mind that you've got what it takes. The way I see it, you've got a choice. You could spend the rest of your life wandering from place to place, trading an extra hand for a meager reward. Or you could join the Brotherhood of Steel and make your mark on the world. So, what do you say?
You know what would be really cool? Is if Nate because Nate was in the military before the war. If like they find out who the founders of the Brotherhood of Steel are, and we're like, ah, I fucking remember that dude. I served under his command back when the war was going on. Like some little dialogue piece like that would be so fucking funny.
I'd be honored to join.
That's what I wanted to hear. Meet me back at the police station, and we'll discuss the details.
Or maybe when Institute created the M797 dance, they had some objective to create him with a regeneration rate higher than usual Siths. Which is fine, but like the scarring wouldn't have taken place Oh, I'm so foolish. Okay, so I realized the part that I was forgetting about. Synths are not created as babies and raised and grow up. Synths are created as adults, which means they're replacing an established person. So the scar could be from when Dance was still human, and Dance human version had a scar. And Dance, out on mission, was murdered and replaced by Synth Dance. Because we even see that with Art, right? The dude that's holding the art, and they're exact copies of each other hostage. And they both share the same memories. So that's probably what it is. Is that the original human Dance had that scar, and the synth Dance has the same scar but is not able to be damaged in the same ways. I have to grind more up real quick. Alright, so you wanted to meet back at camp, right? At your little cool guy headquarters? Yeah, because Father even tells us that the child, Sean, was an experiment. But Sean doesn't grow up. Sean is just that age. So Father tells us that the Sean kid is a experiment for children. They've never done children synths before that. Ah. I was hoping that would be a little longer on the loading screen.
Paladin Dance. Glad to see you alive and well, sir.
Are we in luck, sir?
Mission accomplished. We have the transmitter.
Finally, some good news for a change. Nice work, sir.
I didn't do it alone. Aelin, Reese, it's time to welcome our newest recruit to the recon team. He shows a lot of promise, and with the proper guidance, I think he has the potential of becoming one of the best.
Thanks. I promise not to let you down.
You don't have to prove anything else to me. Getting that transmitter was enough.
So you decided to stay, huh? I expected you to take your payment and run.
Are you upset that I'm staying?
Maybe. Got enough trouble stomping muties and ferals. I don't need something else to worry about.
Reese, that's enough. Like it or not, you're going to have to learn to work together. And you need to understand what it means to be a part of the Brotherhood. We're not soldiers of fortune. We're an army. And we've dedicated our lives to uphold a strict code of ethics. If you intend to stay within our ranks, you need to obey our tenets without question.
Don't worry. I've spent time in the military.
Perfect. Then there's no need to give you a long lecture. So I'll get right to the point. I only ask for two things from anyone under my command. Honesty and respect. You fall in line, you stay in line. I give you an order, and you follow it. It's as simple as that. Now, before I release you to Halen and Reese for your assignments, there's one last order of business. From this moment forward, I'm granting you the rank of Initiate. This is only a training rank. I'm not permitted to grant ranks any higher than that.
Thank you.
Thanks aren't necessary. Just continue excelling at your duties, soldier.
Ad Victoriam, Initiate.
He doesn't even know what that means, Halen.
Ad Victoriam means to victory. In our eyes, defeat is unacceptable, because we're fighting for the future of mankind. Our rallying cry is more powerful than any weapon you could ever carry. Remember that. Now, I need you to report to Halen or Reese for your next assignment. Dismissed, soldier.
What if I look at an achievement, join the Brotherhood. What if I didn't report to them for my next duties? What if I just didn't do that, bud? I'm just saying. I made homemade chicken Alfredo. Ooh, and it's delicious. That does sound amazing. Honestly, every time I go to an Italian place, even when I was in Italy, the very first thing I would do when I would eat at a new Italian restaurant is order the chicken Alfredo. Specifically, if they had specification for fettuccine, I would do it that way, right? And get some garlic bread. And then I would eat.
What the hell's going on?
And if that Alfredo passed,
are coming. They sure are
if the Alfredo passed the test, the taste test, and it was delicious, then I would try the things at that establishment. But I judge an Italian restaurant based on its Alfredo. If the Alfredo isn't good, I'm not even going to try the rest of the menu. But if the Alfredo's on point, I'll mess around with a few other things on there. Yeah, I love Alfredo. Get some fettuccine Alfredo with some grilled chicken. Throw in some fucking garlic bread, because then you take the garlic bread and you kind of put the noodles and the cheese, the noodles and the chicken on top of the bread and fold it and eat it. Man, fucking delicious. And then you gotta have enough bread left over so that when you finish your noodles and your chicken, that you can use the garlic bread to sop up all of the Alfredo sauce. It's the only proper way to eat it. I need to go now. Have a good day and a good gameplay, my friend. Well, thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And again, thanks for spending time here. I definitely appreciate it. Thanks for the conversation.
In a sweet time.
Hey, if Paladin Dan says they're coming, then they're coming. We just need to hold out a while longer.
Armor's good, guns are good, I think. Oh, of course it is. Science is still good, but I need to get... I only need this one. And when is this one? Next one's at 28, which is my next level. Bucket. Damn. Do I have... Let's see here. Damage resists, HP, P, rats.
I don't know, Halen. We've lost half our squad already.
Long loading screens. Bum bum bum. Done 1 second. All right, there we go. Had to turn the fan up. Today's so we're getting in the afternoon now, and today's got this entire week and last week I've had days that were record-breaking highs.
If you find any spare parts, you be sure and let me know.
Need to be quicker, man. Stop calling your kills, just make them. My first time making Alfredo sauce was terrible. It's too running. This time it's... Oh, you made your own like sauce from scratch. See, I always get one that's pre-made and then doctor it.
Got it.
And that's provided I'm having to do it. Usually my son, he's like the family chef. He's really good at cooking food, and it's almost like an art style for him.
We may have some trouble.
There it is.
Sweet.
All trash, of course.
Interesting. Was that something moving or just a trick of the light?
Trick of the light, homie. Trick of the light.
This area could withstand a sustained heavy assault. Impressive.
You say that, except for the people that were defending it sustained a melee light assault and failed. So maybe we should check your definition of strategically sound and defensible, bud. Because they very, very clearly lost. Do plates have ceramic? No, they don't. I want to get, so eventually we're going to go to the library in this place. because I know that there's a magazine there. But before we go to the library,
I'm seeing evidence of recent occupation here.
we need to make sure that we have enough overdue books that it's worth our trouble. And currently we do not. So. That will need to be rectified. Alright, let's go. Drop some stuff off. We're in the Brotherhood of Steel. We are in the Minutemen. We're in the Railroad. There's an enemy nearby, huh? Well, time to get his big ass out of here. Come on. Oh, he's in the thing. Don't worry, little homie. I'll let you out so I can shoot you in the face.
That's it.
Okay. Ah, and the thing's filled with gas too. Ah, okay. That was a bit more than I was anticipating, not gonna lie. Where did you go? Here you are. Yeah, I was definitely not expecting all of that. Landmines? That's got
Make
leather.
sure you don't leave anything useful behind.
Alright.
Yes.
So, Jess, do you have a favorite faction to play with or side with in Fallout 4? You guys had guns and armor and still fucking got your asses handed to you. You guys definitely don't deserve to run this place. Alright. We need... We're gonna clean up inventory, and then we're gonna go over to, what's that place called? The Witch Museum? I think is the name of it. Or we could go get Kate. But if I get Kate, I don't even need a place to put her. Make sure that there's not any free will money. Not particularly. Okay. Nope. And I don't have any legendaries, correct? Got some Nuka-Cola. And I do have Righteous Authority, yes. Door. Fatigues. Nuka-Cola, Nuka-Cherry. Overdue book. Tesla Science. Technician's personal log.
Huh?
Oh. You.
Hey.
I'd be happy to help if I can.
Carla,
Hey there. Trading?
let's see what you have.
I got a little bit of everything.
You actually do right now. Nice. Alright. And there we go. That is knocked out. And do I have junk now? No, I don't. Okay, we're good there. Aid. Carol. We'll end up changing some of that out. Oh, junk jet. Almost forgot about junk jet. Gotta drop that off too. Store. There we go. Alright. Museum of Witchcraft. Potentially. Let me think, where else in the storyline am I? My charisma's technically a 10. I might be able to do it. Okay, let's try this. So we start with Battlefield holotape.
Ambushed on the road. We're outnumbered 5 to 1. Farnham, report. We're down to 5%. We'll have to scuttle the armor. We can't let them have it.
Farnham!
Damn it. Aspen sent the self-destruct. Ferris, fall back. We'll head for the old military base, then try to make it to our holdout. The code will be our call sign. All right, move, move, move!
Alright, so now we've got to get away. We've got to Knight Aslan. I think.
Knight Terra Aslan, Brotherhood of Steel, Recon Team 429 Alpha, serial number 3431. It's been 3 hours since I set my distress pulsar. There's been no word from the Paladin or Ferris. Their objective was a satellite array on the coast. They may be out of range. My orders were to hold this position at all costs. The entire site has been overrun. The door won't last much longer. Paladin Brandis, sir. It's been an honor, sir.
Business is good.
Hey, Lucas.
My armor saved many a wastelander.
I'll take a look, sure.
My prices are firm.
All right, so that was her getting overrun. And then the final one Describe Ferris.
This is Ferris. It's been 2 hours since the paladin left. My leg. I can't staunch the bleeding. The bullet must have hit an artery. Brandis, if you get this, I hope you made it back to Aslan in time. There was nothing you could do for me. Get to the bunker up north. You'll survive. That's all that matters.
Now we get to investigate the bunker. Bum, 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 bum. How much does that actually sell for? Nah, that's not worth that fucking price. Alright, so I don't know how many people know this or not, but there have these relay towers, right? Actually, this is a settlement. Never mind. Belay that. Got a touchdown. That was an achievement, apparently. Alright, we're gonna go this way. I don't want to fuss with all that. I don't actually want to take the settlement. Fuck. I don't have to establish it. I can just take it. Okay. Anyways, there's relay towers. This one happens to be a settlement, but the majority of them are, well, none of them except for this one are settlements. But they don't seem to be connected to anything for most part. Like, there's no quests telling you, hey, go do this, that, or the other. There's some, like the one in the Glowing Sea, that if you were to upgrade, actually clears up the radio signal from Diamond City's radio station, which is kind of cool. But for the most part, they don't really do anything, except for if you listen to the messages. The messages kind of lead you to unmarked treasure.
What? Oh, hell no!
Powering weapons.
I don't know how he is launching that twice in a row like that and surviving still. The first one blew up in his face.
Careful, sir. I don't think we're alone. If there was something here, it's gone now.
No, it's not. It's right there. See? Now it's a matter of principle. I have to take this place. Douchebag with a freaking fat man launching it twice at point blank range like a freaking jackass. Who does that? Who launches a mini nuke at point blank range? Listen, if you can just raise your hand and reach out and touch your enemy, you know what you don't do? Shoot a fucking mini nuke at their face. 'Cause it's gonna kill you too. It's supposed to.
What the? End of the line.
I'm not dealing with those fucking dogs. They're not giving me the experience needed to jump up on the level, so fuck them. They can just do their own thing. I am killing this asshole, though.
End of the line!
Any idea where they went? Get him, sir!
Payback time, boogeyman! Time's up, asshole.
Lost, but not forgotten.
Okay. I'll give you that one.
Got it.
Still kicking? Jesus. Where'd that little fucker go?
There we go. Got him. Got him, got him, got him. And there's our magazine.
Hell yeah.
It does 5% extra damage at night. Now then. I'm not gonna keep that water pump anyways. I don't care about it. Okay. Now then, let's keep moving.
Careful, sir. I don't think we're alone.
Yeah, I know, I know. There's a dog and there's a raider. Typically. On console. So let's see. Nope. Yeah, there he is.
This is gonna be fun.
Yes.
All right. Go. Nice, nice, nice. Let's pop this lock. We do have a real possibility of running into a death claw. We should be fine. We got the deliverer.
That's it.
Quick save just in case. Just in case it doesn't work out. Okay, nothing in that one. Now, typically, if you're going to run into the Deathclaw, it'll be right around this region here. But I guess we're getting lucky, not having to deal with it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Well, actually, we're going to save when we get up here anyways. Just before we go in. Okay. Save the game. Quick save. Just in case the speech checks don't go through. So, on console, we're going to see if it works out the same way here. If you were able to convince this dude through the speech checks to rejoin the Brotherhood, and then later on when the Brotherhood returned and you got to go on their airship, you could find him in the cafeteria, the dining area, and he would end up giving you a unique legendary weapon called... oh, I can't remember what it was called, but it's a unique legendary laser weapon. So we're gonna see if that works on PC the same way.
Freeze! One more step and I'll blow your damn head off. Who are you? Who sent you? How did you get in here?
Easy, Paladin. I'm with the Brotherhood.
The Brotherhood? No, it can't be. They're too far away. They wouldn't send you, would they? Let's say I believe you. How did you find me?
I followed the distress beacons left by your team. Their holotapes led me here.
The others? What happened to them?
Give them the holo tags.
They're dead, Paladin. I recovered their tags.
You did? Thank you. This really means a lot to me. I tried to go back for them, you know. There was nothing I could do, not alone, but I'd hoped. You've been through a lot to find me. I should give you something. I've collected a lot over the years. Technology, odds and ends. If you see anything you want, take it.
The Brotherhood needs you, Paladin. It's time you reported in.
I can't. It's been too long. I wouldn't be of any use.
No one knows the Commonwealth better than you. We need your help.
I've been here too long. I'm not myself. Would they still take me?
The Brotherhood will honor the memory of your team. Shouldn't you be the one to tell their story?
Unless I go back, their sacrifices, everything we went through, it'll be forgotten. I can't let that happen. I'll do it. For them, all right? I'll get my things together. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
And there we go. We got him to rejoin. So now when the Brotherhood show back up, we'll give it a little bit. He won't be there the first time, but after a little bit, he'll be on board eventually. And we'll be able to interact with him. And we should, if it's the same way, we should be able to get a legendary weapon out of the whole arrangement.
You might want to drop some of those things you're carrying.
I'll need some time to get my things together.
Hey.
Yes. Sir?
Okay, so. Whee! We got Brandon. It's to rejoin now. Is there gonna be
Not
bad
another
guys?
step.
Yep.
We'll let you through for... Take him down! I'm gonna tell you, fuck... Ah!
Yep. There's always some sort of conflict on one side or the other of that bunker. If you're high enough level, you can get conflict on both sides, potentially. Ah, it's Rust Devils. Yup, bastards. We're gonna go up here. Because I don't want to deal with you. Your crazy antics. No, sorry, Bob, I don't. Not even a little bit. Not a bad little setup here.
That's it.
Powering up. Protectron on duty.
I don't think he's hostile.
Move along, citizen.
Cool. Random as shit, but that's cool. We eventually got to go down to Quincy, too. Go deal with that traitorous bastard down there. All right. So yeah, these things, you can raise them. But if you listen to their radio signals that they send out, it'll send you to unmarked treasure locations, some of them. But they don't really actually do anything. Now, there are mods out there that do utilize them that are pretty fucking cool. Whee! Alright, I'm gonna try something here.
Remember, you are the pride of General Atomics.
I'm not a criminal.
Then what are you? Vandal? Mercenary? Communist? Wait, the grand reopening? Are you Grand Reopening Supervisor 18 Alpha? You're late.
Yes? Yes, that's right.
Manual authorization of the grand reopening requires authentication, so I'm going to need to see your ID. Sir.
Let's go with... Let's try faking it and see what happens.
Here.
Scanning. Scanning. Error in scanning subroutine. Identity accepted on a provisional basis. Accessing protocols. All units, stand by for the grand reopening. Processing firmware updates. Done. Reinstating combat in...
1 and 2. And what are my stats actually at? That's why. So if I drop one of those things, it drops it.
Inhibitors. Done. Designating new facility supervisor. Done. The General Atomics Galleria is now open for business. As the grand reopening supervisor, you will be conducting tonight's customer appreciation raffle. Here is the grand prize. That'll be all, soldier. Dismissed. All systems are operating at peak efficiency.
And there we go. We are now in charge of the facility. So, the cool thing about this place is there's a bunch of robots around. They're hostile towards you. But if you can take over the place, they become not hostile anymore.
Wonderful! You're just in time for today's product.
If you find any spare parts, you be sure and let me know.
Now, what's the benefits of running this place?
World leader in consumer robotics.
Well, there's vendors. Some of the robots are vendors. And a lot of the places are also, the robots inside, especially in the other buildings, are super hostile towards you. So, like in the bowling alley, you can go in there and explore. I'm kind of full up on inventory space, so I don't want to spend too much time there. And then you also got this place, which is cool. But yeah, the Mr. Handies
Good evening. Can
are
I
vendors.
help you with anything, sir?
I've got a few minutes to browse.
We have an
Uh-huh.
Woo! Which, that's a valid point. If they're vendors, why don't I sell some shit so I can explore some more? Valid. And there we go. But now we can loot around, walk around. No one's gonna shoot at us unexpectedly. What level are we? We're halfway to the next one. I need to go tell Paladin Dance. But yeah, see, it's cleared now that we've taken it over. Alright, let's go tell Paladin Dance about Paladin Brandis. And we need to go rescue Kate. Or recruit Kate, rather. She's in the combat zone. We'll go grab her up. I gotta set my settlement up for her, too. And Curie. We gotta recruit Curie, too.
Something on your mind?
I found the remains of some Brotherhood soldiers. East of here, near Malden.
What? It must be. Ah. Alright, let me fill you in. Over the years, the Brotherhood has sent several recon teams to the Commonwealth. The last squad went in 3 years ago. They never reported back. Officially, they're missing, presumed dead.
Paladin Brandis' team. I found them.
What happened to them?
Give the report.
Paladin Brandis was the only survivor.
I should have known. Old Codger could live through anything.
I convinced him to return to the Brotherhood.
Well done. It might be some time before he's fit for duty again, but we can use all the help we can get. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
Do you want their holotapes?
Yes, I'll take them. If we make it back, I'll see that the tapes are delivered to their next of kin.
Well, that was unfortunate. My camera fell. I gotta adjust it all again. There we go. How does camera fall? Yes, it's on a tripod on top of the table in between two monitors. And I've got the fan up on the highest setting, and it ended up being apparently too close to the edge. So, yeah. Yep. But we're back now.
How will the Brotherhood remember them?
They faced their mission with courage. They fought with honor against overwhelming odds. They lived and died together, as brothers. That is what it means to be a member of the Brotherhood of Steel.
That's all.
All right. I'll prepare a full report based on your investigation. If we make it back, I'll see that the Brotherhood honors their memory. Under the circumstances, there's not much I can offer you for your service. I hope some caps will suffice. This was no easy mission. You've earned my respect, Initiate. Well done.
Woo! Alright, now Kate is gonna be the easiest next. We got a lot of stuff to do with Hancock. And I like I enjoy that companion. That companion's kind of fun. So what are the first things we need to do with him? Well, if we want to get the Pikmin quest, we got to do it while he's still the mayor, which means we can't go and sign up with no-nos. So we're going to have to go talk to him directly, get his quest about Pikmin's Gallery, do the Pikmin quest, and then come back. Yeah, that's how we're going to handle that. We'll recruit Kate first and then go do the Pikmin line to finish out with Hancock. We gotta I hate Piper. You know what is wild to me is the fact that you can recruit Piper, who takes care of her little sister, but you can assign Piper to a settlement, but her sister doesn't follow her. So that means her sister's left alone, unsupervised, with no one caring for her, making sure her needs are being met, and that she is safe in Diamond City. You would think that she would go to wherever you sign Piper. Nope, not close enough. Get some of these places up knocked on the map. I'm shooting the water. I'm missing. There we go. And there goes the Mirelurk. Little tiny things. Can't remember their names. Murlocs? No. Those are the fish ones.
Hearing shit.
No, you're not.
Make sure you don't leave anything useful behind. My apologies. I think I've lost them.
I remember this place. This place is a former railroad house. That place is actually overrun by synths currently. Alright, so we got a few more places uncovered. We are gonna go back to our place, drop this stuff off, make sure that we have a place established for Kate, and then we'll go recruit, do the Mayor Hancock storyline. Curie's takes a minute, and I don't want to deal with Curie until we have the Institute unlocked. And I also don't want to deal with Curie until I can modify her robot version to the standard loadout that I would like to run on my robots, which currently I can't. Cherry. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah. What do you got? Torso, leg, helmet? What do I have? I have arms. Almost. Hey, hey! How's it going? Welcome in, Darkzy. How you doing? Long time see Scare. I've been here. I've been here. Been streaming daily. In fact, I did 9 hours yesterday, and I did almost 12 hours the day before. Alright, so this one is still missing a single leg. That's me, Z. You forget me? Nope. I did not. So yeah, we are missing the left leg still.
You can fix just about anything.
All right.
Computers, people,
Just gotta have the right tools.
Where is the next level for that? 39, we're 27, so that's going to be a hot mess. So we can actually leave that one be for now. What are we looking at? We got money and mods. Okay, so... Terror, come here.
Hey.
I'd be happy to help if I
Hey.
can.
Yes?
You're not streaming on Twitch? No, I'm not streaming
Need
on
to pick
Twitch.
something up?
Twitch won't stay connected,
pretty long
so
from here.
I just stream on YouTube.
Let's see what you have.
You break it? You buy.
You haven't reset. We need to clear out inventory. So, and we're gonna go to the combat zone. You know what? We can pick up. We can go to Good Neighbor, offload everything, pick up the Pikmin quest. And then from the Pikmin quest, we can go deal with Kate, straight into the Pikmin quest, back over to Good Neighbor and finish all this out. So let's go do that.
I've got a weapon here for every situation.
Let's see what you have.
Each weapon tested on someone who deserved it.
Oh, that's understandable, but man, not gonna lie, I miss you and your streams for real. What? Hold on. My apologies. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, I stream on on YouTube exclusively now. Not to mention, I've also got, which you joined again the other day, the Discord. The Discord, we also put out the notifications daily, or whenever we're live. So that's another option there. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing Fallout 4 for a while. Because we did the math yesterday. And I have 3,696 hours and 31 minutes in Fallout on Xbox. So now that I have it on PC, I'm doing my first playthrough in a very long time with no mods. And we're going to try to get as many achievements as we can in a single playthrough before I start modding everything. So, but once we start modding everything, then we're going to be wild and crazy and fun. But in the meantime, this is a vanilla playthrough.
Don't be shy now. Chances are we have whatever you're looking for.
I say again, going to miss you on Helldivers 2, but I understand. You know, if they cared as much as about their product as their fans did, it would be different. But they clearly don't. Because they've started hiring for a new game. You know? It's like, really?
I've got a few minutes to...
All the supplies, money, or violence can buy.
But for sure, if we can find like a cross-platform game that's got a good mechanic for like a guild or a clan system, I'm totally down to check it out. For sure. Okay. What's our inventory sitting at? 85? It's good enough. Like, I'm kind of curious about Dune system. And I'm kind of curious on if Monster Hunter Wilds has a
Hate the
group
Institute?
system like that.
Follow the Freedom Trail, brother.
No! Damn you, Hancock, and your spiral
You
staircase.
sticking around, you'll need to join a crew. I hear Bobby No-Nose is looking.
You ever tried chess?
Mayor Hancock?
Sometimes
Too
you need
bad
to
about
sacrifice
Fizz.
a piece
Gotta
to keep
miss
the
him
game
next
going.
super mutant attack rolls
Keep that in
around.
mind.
Oh well. What can I do for our newcomer?
Looking for work.
Work, huh? I'll tell you what. I got reconnaissance needs. There's a lot of weird talk coming in about a place called the Pikmin Gallery. It's Raider territory up there, but they've been quiet. Like uncomfortable post-coitus quiet. Snoop it out and give me the word.
I might be interested, but let's talk money, Hancock.
Okay. Usual job pays 200, but I like you. So let's push it to 250.
You said things have gone quiet up there. That means extra risks to cover.
I like where your head's at. Let's make it 300 caps.
We're gonna push it because I'm sitting at a 10 charisma right now because of the hat and the glasses. So let's see.
If you can't put real money on the table, I'm out.
Ruthless. Nice. You might actually live long enough for me to pay you. All right, 400 caps. But that's all the town coffers can bear.
Scout out Pikmin Gallery. On it.
Cool. Be thorough, okay? I'm not paying for a look-see. Find out what's really going on there.
And there we
We
go.
didn't get to the top of this town by playing fair.
How you doing?
Ba-do-ba-do-boop, boop, boop, ba-do-do-do-do-do. Such long loading times. Oh, look at that. There we go. Okay. I don't want to talk to Bobby. Nope. No, come on. There we go. They all church. And we said we were going to do with the combat zone. Actually, we're here. We have 10 in charisma. Let's go recruit the Vault-Tec representative
Look, I don't like
from the
to
beginning
brag,
of the game.
but I'm a lover and a fighter.
Let's go get him.
Hey there. You're new around.
We haven't recruited him yet, so we need to go recruit him. Shit. No, 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 no. We're not ready yet. I can't build vendors yet. I haven't taken the skill yet. When I can do that, then we'll recruit him, because he needs a job.
You been to Diamond City? Good noodles. Bunch of assholes.
Yeah, when we can build the shops at the settlement, then we'll recruit the Vault-Tec rep from the beginning of the game. We'll get a bobblehead too, and if you leave Pikmin alive, you can get a unique weapon, a legendary weapon. Boom, 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 boom. My apologies for that minor inconvenience. All right.
Get him, sir.
You gotta be joking.
I can't see! Losing people!
Opening fire. Hopefully that's the last of them.
Okay.
You think we're gonna catch this Pikmin psycho?
The slippery bastard got away before, but Slab won't leave a man breathing after he's...
Got it.
Hopefully the reward will be worth all that effort.
And
Let's
you.
take that.
Did you guys really set off your own mines? Aren't you special?
Target's in range. Target down.
Okay, so it was your dog that set off the mines.
Think you're tough?
Okay,
Come
that's a little
on.
different. Pikmin's calling card. We're only gonna take one of those. The Pikmin's calling card, because there's a lot of them.
Don't quit, do ya?
No, why would I quit? I'm winning. All of your people are dead so far.
Made a big mistake, rookie.
There we go. Ooh, a Mr. Gusty model. Nice.
Bingo.
Increasing the amount of damage. Yep. Alright, so I know you're supposed to go in the little wall. You know what? Let's just do it the way you're supposed to do it. I can pick the master lock downstairs, but ain't no sense in doing that. We're already here, and this goes to the same place. There's a cap stash up there if you really want it.
I got the door open. Let's
there.
go. Nothing there? Huh?
Hearing.
Think you can hide?
I'm not trying to hide, homie.
Ah, found
Matter of
you,
fact,
Sergeant.
I'm trying to kill you. Thank you. combat shotgun. So for those that don't know who Pikmin is in this game, Pikmin is the serial killer who uses the blood and gore and things of that nature from his victims to create art pieces. However, he exclusively targets raiders. So yes, he's a prolific serial killer that is very twisted and makes art out of his victims. But his victims are also murdering psychopath criminals that kill just for laughs. So, you know, is he really a bad guy at that point, or is he doing a public service?
Pikmin! You can't hide forever. Peekaboo! Oh!
I suggest you refrain from inhaling the tainted air here.
It'll be fine. Nice.
The past yields such interesting finds.
2 Nuka-Cola Quantums. Very nice.
You can't hide forever, Pikmin. You hear me?
Damn. So another level is still needed.
The lack of illumination here is troubling. Did you hear that? Picking up something. That takes care of that. Let me have this one. That's the last of them.
Okay. What else? Jet.
The fumes here are distressingly noxious.
Part of me kind of wants to go back into play 2 again to see to refresh myself on what happened to the kid who was making Jet.
Adjusting visual sensors to compensate.
Because the kid who makes the inventor of Jet
Finally
is
got
in
you,
the second game.
Thought you could hunt? Oh.
Nice.
The dust to oxygen ratio here is remarkably low.
That was close. Thank you. Those people deserved worse than death.
They were cold-blooded killers.
They got their pound of flesh. But I'll collect my own again soon. I owe you.
You don't owe me anything. I would have done it either way.
That's all the more reason to reward you. If you visit my house again, look deep within my painting, Picnic for Stanley, and you will find my gratitude. You'll need this.
And there we go. Now, if you go, because you can access the vault, the safe behind the picture. You can access that prior to getting the key. However, if you access it prior to getting the key, it does not have the special weapon in it that we're about to go pick up. Now, while we are here, there's our bobblehead. Lock picking. And the magazine, right here.
There we go.
Gain 5 poison resistance. Alright, so now we go upstairs and we go back into Pikmin's gallery and go collect our reward. Loading screens. It's wild that the loading screens on PC take longer. Would think it would be reverse, where it'd be like consoles takes longer because PC has more processing power. The noise canceling feature got turned off, so man. There we go. All right. Drop down. No idea where we're at. Alright. We need to go back to Pikmin's gallery.
Don't think about it. Stay calm. It wasn't your fault.
Okay.
Someone's out there.
Quick save. Open Pikmin's gallery. I wonder how many raiders he's killed that ended up being synths. I'm kind of curious about that. Alright. So, inside the place, we're going to read message to Jack.
Seth, it's me. I found out what happened to the
scouts who went missing up near the old art gallery. They're dead, Seth. I'm looking at a goddamn painting of Cal's body. Oh, God. What the hell did I do to him? Who the hell is there?
Admiring my collection? I'm afraid it's not complete yet. Soon, though.
Stay away from me, you
Is there
psycho!
a reason the hairs on your neck are standing up like that?
Yes. Just like that. Hold that expression on your face.
And there we go. And that's what happened to him. So, here it is. Picnic for Stanley. We activate it. There's a safe. And then we use the key. We get the stuff. And Pikmin's Blade. Targets bleed for 25 points of additional damage. But the only way to get that is you gotta let Pikmin live. And then we take the Pikmin thank you note. Thanks, killer. Yep. And there we go. Pikmin's quest is resolved. Now, if you don't talk to Hancock first and pick up that quest first, before doing Bobby No-Nose's quest, where you end up trying to rob him and then he ends up joining up with you, you can get locked out of that quest dialogue-wise. So, you can still visit the place and the things are still going on. You just lose out on getting paid by Hancock. Which, I mean, 400 fucking caps, man. And we got a comic book, a legendary item, and a bobblehead. And we got somebody killing raiders now. Because now that Pikmin's alive and now that we've had that interaction there, you'll actually find raider bodies throughout the Commonwealth from this point forward that'll have Pikmin's calling card on them. So he continues to keep up the public service. You know what? I know. I keep going, ooh, I know that quest. Ooh, I know that quest. I keep getting distracted, just like I'm about to get distracted again. You know why? Because I like fucking robots. Not, I like working with robots. There we go. This isn't Fallout New Vegas with Fisto, okay? I like messing with robots. They are cool because they are very... We have a singular program design.
Scanning. Accessing pre-war records. Record found. 108th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Battalion. Ahoy there. 'Tis Providence, a member of the Congressional Army, is delivered to us in our hour of need.
Depending on what you need, I may be able to help.
The fair wind holds true then. The captain requests your presence on the bridge. At the double quick, sir.
Woo! I'm not gonna lie. So, for those that don't know, the USS Constitution is a colonial era ship. And it is still, currently, to this day, in service to the United States Navy. Yep. Now, would it be kind of fucking dope if they used the old colonial style ship designs and modernized it with fucking rockets, leaving the original Constitution in place, right? Because you don't want to fuck with that. That's a piece of history that's kind of cool to look at. But like, moving forward with new ships, maybe take a little bit of inspiration here. Have you seen Treasure Planet? Do you know how fucking cool that looked? Pirate ships with rockets on them, man. I'm just saying. Oh, I don't remember how to get in there. There's a... It's not in the building. It's next to the building? Okay, so that's not accessible yet. Okay, so let's do this. Okay. Man, it's been a while since I've done this one. To the point where... Ah, there it is. Right there. Okay, so we do need to go up. There we go. I don't do this quest very often. Done it like 2 or 3 times. I know there's people down below that they're fighting with it. They're gonna want us to assist them with.
My olfactory sensors just spiked. You may want to hold your breath.
This is the captain speaking. We're taking on an allied soldier. Clear the berth. Disable defenses. Make way. Midshipmen, stand down. Stand down, I say. This soldier is a guest on our vessel. Please afford him all appropriate courtesies.
Unidentified. Intruder. Intruder.
Mr. First Mate, this is the captain. This soldier is no intruder.
Requesting permission to use lethal force.
Whoa, whoa, easy there.
Unable to comply.
Stand down. That's an order. And for God's sake, use the accent.
I, Captain, standing down.
God's sakes, use the accent. You heard him, man.
'Tis an honor to crew such a storied vessel.
Okay, so I'm gonna quick save because I want to test something. I don't know if this is gonna make anybody hostile. That's why I'm just like, eh.
Nice.
Nope. No hostilities. Nice. Alright. We're not Ooh, there we go.
Bingo.
Magazine.
Would be more efficient if it was a holotape.
You're right, it would be more efficient, but it also has a chance of degrading, and you don't want to run that risk. Alright, so far nothing that we've taken has been stealing. So far. We've not done that yet. Because I do want to side with them, because they have a pretty cool little thing, if I remember correctly, where they fly off and you get a cool hat. We were literally just outside. Just lower on the ground. You should not take this long.
Should the need arise, these reinforced structures would make excellent cover.
Okay. Quick saves.
I'll have none of your lip, Mr. Navigator. Have the crow's nest scan 2 points off the port bow. Jump to it.
Aye, Captain.
Our soldier has arrived. I trust the first mate didn't give you too hard a time. Been too long since we've seen the Congressional Army.
Thanks for calling him off me.
The scan shows you have the proper number of appendages still, so all is well. I am Captain Ironsides, commander of the USS Constitution. You visit this fine vessel in trying times. It calmed these long years on her airy perch. Damn you, Weatherby Savings and Loan! I spit at you.
A sad state of affairs for such a historic ship.
On that, we are in agreement. What vexes me most is my inability to assist in the war effort. My gun decks have naught but Morats and ne'er-do-wells as targets. Enough pleasantries. The Constitution has systems that need repairs to carry out its mission.
Just tell me what you need.
Good man.
Yeah, I don't want
Consult with
the
the bosun
we're
and
good
Mr.
on.
Navigator. They will relay your instructions. Dismissed. Look lively.
I don't need extra
Challengers
caps.
approach. Soldier, man the cannons. Kill them only as a last resort. A few warning shots usually suffice to scare back the cannons already. Fire broadside them, soldier. With heavy circuit board, unless I am mistaken, I am no longer alone.
We may have some trouble. No more hiding for you.
Multiple hostile.
And the turrets, show them what we're made of.
That was amusingly simple. We may have an enemy nearby. That takes care of that.
My last breath.
We may have some trouble.
Okay.
Are you interested?
Anti-social behavior detected. Ahoy, soldier! Scavenger threat eliminated. Damage assessment will commence after this unit has completed scheduled duties.
You robots do a good job of defending your ship.
Proclamation 1.
Defend the Constitution by any means necessary.
Guidance system offline. Multiple errors diagnosed. First error. Guidance chip stolen. This unit requires its return.
I can help. Where is it?
Stolen by human scavengers. Reclaim chip at Scavenger's forward recon station. Captain has approved a bounty for its return.
Lethal force is prohibited unless absolutely necessary.
Aft dinghy unlocked and available for your use, sir.
All right. So now we can do this. No! I wasn't on board yet. Okay. Now then, let's go talk to the humans.
Excuse me.
Don't shoot! Those assholes didn't attack the ship on our orders. They weren't trying to frag ya anyhow. They just wanted to kill the frickin' robots.
Sounds like I was just in the wrong place. It happens.
Ah, thanks. A lot of those assholes were already on edge. You waltzing right into the Constitution just pushed them over. How did you get aboard anyway? We thought you were gonna get cratered for sure.
He knew I was an Army veteran, so he let me on the ship.
Army? Isn't that some old world mumbo jumbo? Whatever. So, you got to see the inside, huh? All that salvage. The real motherlode. Just waiting to be stripped and sold.
So it all boils down to greed. Like it always does.
Hey, if we sell those gizmos, I don't know, they could help orphans and stuff. Us humans could use it a lot more than those robots. So you talked with a tin can. What'd he have to say?
Ironside says you stole a guidance chip. He wants it back.
His guidance chip, right. You know what he needs it for? His rockets. The huge goddamn rockets on the side of his boat. He's nuts.
So? And?
I'm sure there's a good reason he needs them.
You seriously want to help that idiot Bolts for brains?
Yes.
Screw that robot and come work with us. There's dozens more of us nearby. It's only a matter of time before we come out on top.
I'm not splitting my share with him.
You holding out on us, Davies? You got some magical way in there? This guy's got a free ticket aboard, so shut up. Help us destroy that fricking tin can once and for all.
No.
No deal. I'm with Ironsides.
Then screw you, asshole. You're lucky we don't gun you down.
Mandy.
Soon we'll own that ship, and you, asshole, won't get...
Orders are pretty clear about fees. Nothing personal.
If they're out there, we'll find them.
Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum. As far as I'm concerned, I have deemed it absolutely necessary to use lethal force against you all.
Gonna kill? Son of a bitch.
Where did, Mandy face go? That's a scavenger. That's a mercenary. Oh, Mandy. That's Davies. There you are. Bye. I deemed that was necessary. They refuse to be rational and reasonable. There are consequences. We are those consequences.
Chained on the other side.
Fuck. I wasn't down far enough.
apologies. I think I've lost them.
Attention. This is now a combat zone. You may suffer harm up to and including death if you remain in the area. This notice
There
is
we go.
required by law.
All right. Now then, let's take the dinghy all the way back up to the top.
Leg damaged. Compensating.
Hey, Navigator.
Ahoy, soldier. Chip recovered. Dispensing bounty. Diagnostics report. 1 error remaining. Guidance radar's transmitter is non-functional. Requires replacement.
Okay.
Happy to help you out. Again.
Soldier's happiness is irrelevant. Acquire Poseidon radar transmitter at specified map coordinates. Further bounty will be dispensed upon completion, sir.
Okay. Where is that? Okay. Let's go do it. Got him. Nice. So the item I need is just right in there, huh? Guess we're not getting in that way.
Targets in range. Safety's off. That was amusingly simple.
Bottle caps. Oh, I was not paying attention to my health at all. That's my bad. I was not paying attention. I need to use VATS more when dealing with bugs. Bugs move pretty quick.
Patrolling.
Mr. Navigator.
At current speed, we will arrive at destination in undefined hours. Maintaining present course.
What's the... Okay, so it is just before I fast traveled. Good, good. Alright. So pay attention more to our health. And we'll use our VATS going in. Okay. And there it is. And tumblers today.
Doing a bit of light reading to pass the time?
I do believe that's it for this place. So we should be able to just fast travel back. Whatever is going to put us on the ground or on the roof or on the deck up with Captain Ironsides. Probably on the ground. That'd make most sense. But you can discover it without unlocking it.
Warning. Overdue for maintenance.
Hey, Navigator.
Ahoy, soldier. Guidance system fully functioning. Bounty dispensed. Bosun requires further assistance, sir.
All right. Now we go downstairs. And the bosun was the one in front of the captain's quarters.
Your very presence does this humble unit a great honor. My programming would find it amiss if I did not also interject. Long live the captain!
Okay.
On to the mission. Our last marine expedition valiantly returned with much-needed supplies, including replacement power cables, sir. Alas, with my severe lack of appendages, I find myself unequal to the task of repairing the cables myself.
Alright, let's do it.
I'll get right on it.
My anxiety emulators are lightning by the microsecond. Once you have resolved this matter, I beseech you to return to me to accept my undying gratitude.
Oh, we definitely got the intelligence required for this stuff. Nice.
Warning. Overdue for maintenance. Defending the Constitution. All is well.
Oh, I should have grabbed the cables, I guess. My bad. I totally forgot to grab the cables. Where were the cables? Right there.
Hey, Bosun.
How courses through the Constitution's veins again. Her systems, long starved, flicker to life. A hearty congratulations. Huzzah!
Huzzah!
However, this has brought to light further failures in our power grid. The power relay, to my shame, I previously complained about, is fluctuating wildly.
Don't worry. I'll get you up and running.
Only for you, sir. Power relay coils are a common enough part. Might I recommend checking the local shopkeepers? Surely they would be of some assistance. Fair winds and following seas.
I think I have some of those.
Permission.
At my settlement. I don't know. I have them on me. Oh, look at that. Repair damaged coil. Shut down the power. Expertly clean the coil. Then you reinsert the coil and cycle the power on. The power is now steady.
Denied.
Cool.
Power flow.
Hey, Bosun.
Power flows far and steady. I would applaud you. Alas, I cannot, due to my lack of clamping instruments. But huzzah, sir. Huzzah!
Well, you're very welcome, Bosun.
You are too kind. I require no further assistance. The captain requests your presence on the bridge. I'm sure he intends to rest further laurels upon you. Again, well done.
Alright. I'm going to quick save because I'm curious on what this does. Partially dismantled turbo pump is when fully operational, can deliver fuel on an enormously powerful engine. So the engine's not fully intact? Or the fuel system for it, rather? I don't remember if there's more to this or not. I know they fly off and then we gotta go link back up with them. Or rather, we can. We don't have to. We can. Bum, 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 bum.
This location appears quite secure.
You've been of service to our noble vessel. Despite ample provocation, I had hoped the guidance chip could be recovered without violence to the scavengers. Even now, they plot their retaliation.
I would have spared them if I could have.
I have no doubt that they made a peaceful resolution impossible. But you did your duty, and did it well. I find I must reward your considerable efforts with the final labor. We stand but a hair's breadth away from embarking on our sacred mission.
I'm always happy to help.
I would expect nothing less. The ship requires turbo pump bearings from a nearby factory. It will undoubtedly be a dangerous mission, but I have faith you will succeed.
Okay. Quick save. Where, oh where, are you sending me to? Fort Hagen. Really? Okay. Alright. 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Please stick with me through the break and we will continue this. Probably rescuing Kate after this. Alright, we'll be back. Alright, we're back. So, it had switched my chat here to top chat instead of live chat. So I've missed a few things here. Wow, that was quite spam earlier. It was. We got rid of it though. We don't tolerate that shit here. Seaborn is listening privately. Shade. Okay. Alright, we gotta go help old Ironsides. We're gonna go on the roof next time.
someone present.
What
Nice.
a clever way to bypass that lock.
Overactive sensors. Nothing more. Hostile sensor reading detected. Hello?
Oh, it's definitely something more. You should come out and play with me.
Sensor anomaly detected.
There you are. Hey, friends.
Well done, sir. We may have an enemy near here. Over here.
I was in error. No enemy detected.
I hope you aren't expecting me to sort through this clutter. If they're out there.
Appears to be nothing. Perhaps my sensors need.
We may have some trouble.
Eliminating all hostiles. Sustaining damage.
That's the last of them.
There we go. Now you, come here.
What can I do for you? Hope you find quite a few impressive devices around here.
Hey.
How?
There we go. Give you the weapons. We have armor? Oh, we do have armor. Okay.
May I be of service?
Volumes, nope.
There we go.
Mirrors. Open door says me. And there's a lock within a lock.
Got it.
There we go. Now this door, the next time we get sent in here, will not be boarded up. That's where you go to chase down Kellogg.
You must be terrified.
But somebody up here wants attentions.
Sir, powering weapons. That was amusingly simple.
It was.
Safety's off.
You know what? I should do that. Peril. Sorry, aid.
Following Institute protocol. Eliminating hostile.
Nope, can't get the ashtray underneath. I could if I knocked her arm out of the way, but it seems rude. Alright, let's keep going up. Oh no, this is the top floor.
Your existence.
Good. Right in here, on the table, there is guns and
Hell
bullets. Ballistic weapons permanently do, plus 5% critical damage. Alright.
Terminating with extreme prejudice.
Someone is below us talking shit. Let's go get them. All right. Good. Oh, bobby pins in a safe.
That's it.
Came from this floor here. Boom, boom, boom. Ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, boom, boom. Well, you know, there is something that happens on console that doesn't happen on PC. You know those moments in the dialogue? Especially with Preston, where there's just that awkward silence where you guys are like staring at each other, but you're still in conversation, but no dialogue options are up and nobody's talking. Those extended awkward stares that happen in conversation on console. Yeah, I haven't experienced that yet on PC. So, improvements. What is my inventory weight at? Yeah, I got plenty. Just to be safe, though. Just to be safe, though, we're gonna empty it all out. Make room in the inventory, so that way we can go ahead and load up with whatever goodies and rewards we're gonna get. Ronnie! There she is. Can I talk to you yet?
Hey, Ronnie.
Running low on supplies, General?
Cool.
Let
I
me
thought I
see
was
what
gonna
you've
have to
got.
sit down and
Here's
rest and
what we
wait.
have on hand.
Oh, you got my 10 mil. Take that. Alright, cool.
This is Radio Freedom, broadcasting all day, all across the Commonwealth. Nothing to report. Keep it tuned here for updates.
Okay, that's all solid. And Terror, where are you?
Hey.
Trade.
Heads up.
Trade. Miscellaneous. You need your subway token back. Thank you. Cheers.
Castle Armory is at your service, General. What do you need?
Let me see what you've got.
Take a look.
Nice. Okay. Now we need to go here. While we're here, we'll check for beds too, to make sure that there's plenty of beds for Kate to be assigned here. So I'm still gonna run with Terror. Okay, now drop that off. Guns and bullets. Message to Jack, Mr. Gusty model. Ooh, no. That goes in a different place. Oh, look. Auto caps. Alright. Pikmin's calling card. Pikmin's thank you. Tumblers today, U.S. operations. Cool.
Remind you of your brighter days, sir?
And then...
What's up?
Lockpicking. Okay. And now that we have that, let's go see about upgrading Terror. Okay, before we do that, let's check the gun. We can change the guns first. Thruster arms. What do we need for the handsaw? Melee? Okay. Let's see. Chance of increased stagger on melee limits, improves melee damage. Improves melee resistance, improves damage, targets bleed. Improves energy damage and increase energy damage and resistance improves. We're gonna go this way. Ceramic. We ran out of ceramic again. We don't have the Tesla coils. What are we missing still? 2 in robotics. Okay. So we ran out of ceramic again. Alright. We're getting there. We're getting there. Oh yeah, we need to check the bed count. Six people, 7 beds. 12 food, 40 water. Yeah, this is solid. We don't need to... I think that's fine. Alright. We are gonna go and... return to the USS Constitution. Get some stuff turned in.
Have struck their colors.
Are we gonna have another fight with the scavengers? They did say there was dozens of them. Then we gotta go into the captain's quarters, and it's the turbo pump on the left. You carefully put the bearings into the fuel chamber, then close the assembly. You put a now fully assembled turbo pump into place. And this should be the final one, I think. In theory, anyways. Because I don't think we actually have to check on them at the next place. I think that's entirely optional. Bum, bum, bum. I wonder, do you think there's mods to speed these load times up?
Present course.
Should the need arise, these reinforced structures would make excellent cover.
They actually would make excellent cover. You are right.
Hey, Captain.
Trim the power on the starboard bow. Steady as she goes, Mr. Navigator. Luck willing, at long last we'll set sail. The field is ours. Until the next time. You cannot evade my keen senses for long.
My apologies. I think I've lost them.
Okay. Can I talk to you now, Captain?
Trim the power on the starboard bow. Luck.
My pleasure.
You are truly worthy, sir, of witnessing our maiden voyage. Our twin NX-42 rockets will alight and unmoor us from this dreaded savings and loan. The Constitution will launch into the heavens, and after, gently land in the ocean. Then we take our rightful place as defenders of the Atlantic.
That's ambitious.
As they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Mr. Navigator, put her through her paces. We need to... Those motherless curs! Prepare to broadside. Defend the Constitution until our last... Identify yourself.
Man. How long does it take? No. Alright. Alright. They really wanted to fight. We'll fight. Come on. Let's go have a conversation. Whoa. Kill 300 people, masshole. That is an achievement I just unlocked. Whoa, why are you shooting at me? Hey, same team. Same team. Are you starting standard combat? Yeah, that's standard combat.
That takes care of that.
Damn, man. Had to tell the lookout that we were on the same fucking team. Like, holy shit, bud. A quick draw fat man. Alright. That's exciting. At least now we know where that came from.
Heads up.
Looking to lighten your load?
Yeah, you actually gonna carry that. And that. Nuka-Cola. Empty milk bottle. Is that ceramic? I think it is. No, it's glass. I don't know. I need ceramic. Alright, I think that's about it. Now we gotta go talk to Ironsides.
Captain Ironsides.
Gods be good the scavenger assault has been broken. Not one of those scallywags stepped foot on our vessel. All hands, prepare ship for launch.
Congratulations, Captain.
There is one thing. We need power from the auxiliary generator to commence our voyage. I fear I must call upon you one last time.
Consider it done.
I admire your pluck. Here is your amply deserved reward. Godspeed to you, sir.
The broadsider. No! Terror, come here. Come here.
Look alive.
Let's take a look at what you've got.
What am I carrying that is so damn heavy? The short combat rifle, 7 of them. Alright. Oh, over on this building. So how do we get there? This building, go inside and go up, maybe? And there we go.
Mr. Navigator, slowly throttle the engines.
Now we have to wait for it to land, and then tomorrow, then we gotta go over to where they land, and we'll go talk to them again. We'll get the hat. Tomorrow, Heart of Democracy. If the leaks were right. Okay, nice.
Mr. Navigator, light the engines. Credit savings and
I just want it to be a stable game. That's all.
longer. You're away. 2 points to starboard. Yes, yes. We did it! Victory at last! Helm reports we are a quarter fathom closer to the Atlantic. By my calculations, in a mere century we will take to the ocean. Well done.
Raj, bud. If you're happy, I guess. Alright, so we need this one next. Now we're gonna have to go right here. And we're gonna try to get on up there. Because you'll get a hat. So I almost got the robotics experts that I need to be able to, like, do the other build that I like doing with this. With the robots. Because there's one where I do a sentry's body, and then I put Fat Man's on the back. So that way they have mini nukes, mini guns, and the thruster, Mr. Handy Thruster, so they move faster. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Resistance is futile. Nothing. Perhaps I have a faulty sensor.
No, you don't. He's hiding around the corner.
Picking up something. Not much of a threat after all. Find anything
And there we
useful?
go. Just like that. Well, let's loot them. We're here. Might as well. We spent the bullets. Might as well get the caps. And then we'll go up there and deal with the boat. There we go. Alright, so it's this building next to us. So let's find our door to go inside. And there we are. We've got our door. Ooh, and we've got doors. Stim pack right away. Oh, rum Bottle's empty. No. Okay, Nuka-Cola, Nuka-Cola. All right. We'll take the elevator. So, question, Ghastly. I've been hearing rumors that Super Earth is going to be getting attacked. Is that going to be happening with the Heart of Democracy?
Sweet.
Out of curiosity. All right, let's go. I am curious about that because, like, they did that whole janitor spiel of the dude that was like, the Illuminator can mind controlling our leaders of Super Earth. So I imagine it'd be something like that, right? Where it's like infiltrators that sabotaged or gave coordinates or something. None of these doors work. Here we go, another elevator. We need to make you a dark blue. It's too bright to be Minuteman blue. Man, long elevator ride. Crazy that the cables and everything still work in this damn thing. Hasn't been maintained or inspected in like 200 years. And there we go, USS Constitution.
Hey, Captain.
Our hero returns. What a glorious success. True, the mission is not quite complete, but one cannot deny our progress.
I'm sure everyone in the Commonwealth could see your maiden voyage.
To be certain, and our rockets gave our enemies much to consider. I wager at this rate we should land in the ocean in 1, perhaps 2 more launches. My circuits tremble with excitement.
I'm glad I could help out.
You were instrumental, sir. A veritable godsend. In recognition of your courageous role in this, I hereby promote you to the role of Honorary Lieutenant. And being that I, well, cannot actually fit below decks, I hereby give you the captain's quarters as well. 3 cheers for our new lieutenant. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
And there we go. We got the lieutenant's hat. Woo! And now we have the captain's quarters as our own quarters. All right. That is resolved. Now we gotta go tell Hancock that we resolved the Pikmin issue. Most likely that's why Mars got moved from training facilities. Yeah, that's been my speculation. I just wasn't sure when they were gonna do it. Like how far out they were gonna wait.
Looks like
Hey,
we got
Cleo.
another freak just
Don't
won't
worry.
fit anywhere else.
I only test the
I've got a few minutes to browse.
each weapon.
Okay. The board actually might. Yep. Cool. Wait a second, Cleo,
I've got
talk
a
to me
weapon
again.
here for every situation.
Sure. Let's see what you got.
Because I keep running out of ceramic. What shipments do you have? You do ballistic fiber, lead, oil. Okay.
Look alive.
Glad to be of service.
Smell that? That's
Daisy.
If you hit upon something, don't bother.
I'll take a look. Sure.
Cash or trade. Let's get started.
Alright, so first, rounds. Second, ceramic. Do you have shipments of ceramic? You do have shipments of ceramic. Cool. Now, get rid of this stuff. Wow, it's all just Nuka stuff. Nice. Okay, cool. There we go.
That's a museum quality piece.
Now let's go
You
tell
blocking my
Hancock
light,
and get
man?
paid an additional 400. If the second game is anything like the first game, we could very well lose the war, or this war, and start the next. I would have to look
The
more
hotel
into it,
next
but that
door's
would be
got
kind of
rooms for rent.
interesting.
If you want something more comfortable than a bedroll
And just like
on the
reset
floor,
the game,
don't ask
essentially.
questions in good neighbor. Better for everyone.
Hey, Hancock.
How's
Ever
my
tried
little
chess?
scout doing? You find out
Sometimes
what's
you need to
happening in the Pikmin
sacrifice a
gallery?
piece to keep the game going. Keep that in mind.
God, it was awful. Pickman was a serial killer. He was using dead bodies for his art.
Oh, seriously? That's messed up. Even for this town. I'll put the word out to avoid that place. Good work. You ended up in the abyss, but you crawled back in one piece. Here's your money.
We didn't get to the top of this town by
And there we
playing
go.
fair.
That one handles that.
Got a problem?
The war would end nearly weekly, and then we would get rewards whether we won or lost or won. It would be interesting. It would be interesting as long as they kept adding more content. That would have to be the condition, is they would have to continue to add more content. All right. Actually, we need to go up here. Because like the thing is to retain a larger player base, you would need to continue to give them a reason that's not a rinse and repeat. So new war, new enemy type, right? Something like that would be kind of cool. Terror, come here.
Yes?
Wait a second. I didn't actually read what the lieutenant's hat does. I don't think it does anything. I think it's just a unique look. Charisma plus 1. Can I? I probably can't, can I? Damn, I can't. That'd be cool if I could armor the lieutenant's hat. Oh shit, that's a death claw. Well, wasn't that exciting? Torso. What am I missing? Robotics 2. And that's going to be dealing energy energy damage. So no, I don't want those right now. We're going to keep that way it is. So it's going to deal energy damage. So yeah, we actually do need to go to the Voltic. We can really double down though and go like this. And we need a dark blue. There we go.
Hey.
Yes, sir. Sure. Go ahead and take a look.
That's the voice. I'm more of expecting us to fight back from a red line and then push the innovators type of plot line for this game, though. Okay. That would be interesting. How would leadership of Super Earth work in the first game? Like, say that you lost the conflict in the first game. And then the war would start over, right? What would happen to the leaders of Super Earth in the following war if they lost the previous one? And what do you think would happen to the leaders of Super Earth in this one if they were to do a win-loss mechanism? All girls had doing is they got spoiled. Okay. Seems reasonable. It's almost done. I just need a level 2 robotics, which I think is going to take 1 or 2 more levels. And I think that's actually everything that we needed to deal with, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, that stuff. Let's go to the castle, offload all of these mods and extra death claw meat that we just picked up. And then we can get Kate.
Hey,
Looking to resupply?
let me see what you've got.
Sure thing, General.
Nice. Hell yeah.
The past
Cool.
such interesting finds.
And we need to go to combat zone next. Feel like I'm forgetting something else. It's fine. Anything? Nope. So none of those. So now we gotta do the thimble thing. There we go. That one. And remember, don't do the symbol thing first. Do it last. And when no more will highlight, it's either there's no more, or there's only one word left.
I'm through.
Not all of them will have enough to do that, but if you do it last, after you got one try left, when you have one try left, that's when you do it, because you also have the possibility of it resetting your tries. So you get an additional 3 tries before you're locked out of the system if you fail the 4th one, right? So instead of a total of 4, you know, the total of 8. Well, 4 and 3, so 7. 10, no, it's 7. Because you don't use the last one of the first set. Ba-doop-a-doop-boop-boop-boop.
Yes.
Okay.
And that concludes this.
What the? He ain't supposed to be in here! Rip him to shreds! Show your face! Come on!
Always suspected they'd look better that way.
Only a fucking coward hides!
Nobody's hiding there, Sunshine.
Careful, sir. I don't think we're alone. Did you hear that?
You're a regular artist.
Powering down weapons, sir. You may have an enemy nearby.
Well, aren't you the dangerous one?
You think they're
All
not out there?
right.
We don't want any trouble.
Not anymore, at least.
Oh, just peek your head up, you damn coward.
To heck with that. I'm too...
All right.
too pretty
Sweet.
to go out like this.
Now they'll just stay there until you go and engage with them.
Why don't you
So
come over here? Show us you don't mean no harm.
what we're gonna do first
You
is
finished
we're
tearing
gonna
the
walk
place
around
up
and
now?
loot.
Hey! You all done killing each other? Look, whoever's out there, we were rooting for you the whole time. So you wanna talk this out?
Not yet, bud. I want to finish looting.
Like
Yes.
civilized
There we
folk?
go.
Or are you just gonna bash on my theater some more?
I was gonna bash up your theater some more. Is that cool?
Hey! You all done killing each other?
No, not yet. Haven't confirmed it.
So you wanna talk this out like civilized folk?
Not
Or are you
yet.
just gonna bash on my theater some more?
I already answered that.
So you wanna talk this out like civilized folk? Or are you just gonna bash on my theater some more?
You sure like repeating yourself, don't you, Sunshine?
Why don't you come over here, show us you don't mean no harm?
And what if I do mean harm? What then?
Why don't you come over here, show us you don't mean no harm? Look, whoever's out there, we were rooting for you the whole time.
Oh, I bet.
Why don't you come over here, show us you don't mean no harm?
Perfect.
Picket fences. That'll unlock more stuff we can
Why don't
use
you
to
come over
decorate
here,
settlements
show
and
us you
building
don't mean no
settlements and
harm.
such. Let me loot your office first, Sunshine. Bum 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 ba
Hey!
bum bum.
You all done killing each other?
In a little bit. You sure are
You
impatient.
finished tearing the place up now?
No. Almost.
Why don't you come over here, show us you don't mean no harm? Hey! You all... Is it over?
Well, that could have gone worse.
I don't know. Seemed quite the performance from where I was standing.
Are you fucking high or something? Why am I asking? Of course you are.
Was still winning the fight, wasn't I?
You're strung out and getting sloppy, is what you are. Of course, I suppose you ain't gotta worry about that now. Seems this one just put us out of business. I'm not sure if I should kiss you or have my little bird here feed you your own entrails.
I told you to quit calling me that.
I'm sorry. It just seemed like you guys might be in trouble.
Trouble? Nah. But keeping those idiots entertained was what kept the lights on. Not exactly sure what we're gonna do now.
To hell with them. More'll come. Just need a quick breather and I'll be ready to go.
Oh, breather? What? So you can slam more of that junk into your arm now? No, you know what? I think this was a blessing in disguise. You caught the end of that bout. What'd you think of Kate's work?
She's clearly talented.
See? At least someone knows skill when they see it.
It ain't your fighting skills I'm concerned with. So here's my predicament. I suddenly got no audience. No audience means I got no caps coming in. And if you ain't bringing in caps, little bird, you ain't an asset. You're a liability. To me, and to yourself. So, here's what I'm thinking. What say I let you take over her contract? She goes with you, watches your back. Look, you'd be doing me a favor while I try to get the place back in order. What do you say?
Me? And him.
Why would you want her to go with me?
Yeah, Tommy. Just why the hell you trying to get rid of me?
Look, truth is, all that junk, it's been making you careless. And I don't want to be the one doing color commentary when you finally hit the floor. All right? So just do me this favor. Both of you. Please.
Sure. I could use someone watching my back.
Good. It's settled then. And here, take this. It's the purse from the last fight. Exterminator's fee.
Now just wait a second. What exactly are you gonna do without me here?
You don't need to worry about me. I'll get this place set up right. Maybe find a less blood-soaked clientele. Now get the hell out of here. You ain't welcome anymore, little bird.
You're a real son of a bitch. You know that, Tommy?
You don't have to tell me.
I guess you just come find me then when you want to head out.
Hey, Kate.
So, you're ready to head out?
Okay, so we're gonna say ready.
About time I got out of this place.
Send Terror to Sanctuary Heroes, but we're gonna stop it. So now we're gonna go Terror.
Pleasure to see you again, sir. Are you ready to depart?
Yes.
Time to hit the road.
Understood. Please, lead on.
And then we can send Kate to Sanctuary. And bam. Just like that. We've recruited another companion.
Drag that junk around.
We'll eventually end up running with Kate. Just to do her storyline. Cool, 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 cool. I took a lot. That was uncomfortable. All right, so now we get out of here, and what do we got to do next? What do we got to do next? There's got to be something. We could recruit Strong. We could recruit Curry. Or, no, I want to wait on her. On Curie. We'll wait on Curie. We could recruit Hancock. Piper. Oh, Piper's going to be real quick. Let's go get that knocked out. Because that's just sitting down doing an interview bit. Alright, I took lockpick training this morning in Skyrim. LOL, I'm assuming it'd be real, but nope, it's just leveling up. Oh, yeah. I say it's lockpick training because, like, it has every single level of difficulty for the locks. And then after so much time, like, they reset too. I think it's like 30 or 60 days. Those ones specifically reset. Yeah. But hey, training is gaining experience. I don't mean I didn't talk to the guy. Oh, you talked to the guy for training. You paid for training with gold. Ah, yeah, no. You can, like, so every single skill in the game, there's several different trainers. Because certain trainers can train you up to a certain level. And you can do, I think it's 3. It's either 3. I think it's 3. But you can only do skills so many times per character level. So you can only train that way so many times, period, until you level up entirely. So, like, if you're level 2, you can only train 3 times until you hit level 3. And when you hit level 3, you can train 3 more times until you hit level 4. It's like that. Alright, so that place is squared away. Now we need to go talk to Piper. We need to build another bed. You know what? While we're here, we can sell some
Hear the
things.
railroad fights against the Institute. You can find them. Follow the three...
Hey, Arturo.
We can talk about guns, or maybe you want...
I'll take a look, sure.
Feel free to test...
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there really wasn't too much to actually grab while we were in there. Alright, let's go talk to Piper. We'll just go directly there and build another bed afterwards.
Hey, Piper.
Glad you dropped by. You holding up, Blue?
Yeah, holding up.
Look, I'm just gonna say it. You're a vault dweller. You might not be wearing the blue jumpsuit, but the Pip-Boy and that fish out of water look? Dead giveaways. So here's the deal. I want an interview. Your life story in print. I think it's time Diamond City had a little outside perspective on the Commonwealth. You do that, and I'll tell you what. I'll come with you. Watch your back while you get used to the world above ground.
All right, Piper. I'm in.
Good. Let's get down to business. So, I know you're from a vault. How would you describe your time on the inside?
My family and I were frozen. I didn't spend much time in the vault.
Wait, they boxed you up in a fridge? The whole time? Are you saying you were alive before the war?
Yes. I'm over 200 years old.
Oh my god.
Yep.
The man out of time. So, you've seen the Commonwealth, Diamond City. How does it compare to your old life?
Honestly, seeing everyone surviving out here, rebuilding the world, it gives me
We're the
hope.
general of the Minutemen.
Surprisingly
We gotta play
inspired,
accordingly.
Blue. We're definitely quoting that. Now, I already know you're looking for your son, Sean. Do you suspect the Institute was involved in his kidnapping?
We actually do know it was them. So we're just gonna go with
Sure
that one.
sounds like they might be.
Not even a baby is safe from them. And people wonder why I can't just look the other way. For the last part of our interview, I'd like to do something different. I want you to make a statement to Diamond City directly. The threat of kidnapping is all but ignored in the Commonwealth. Everyone wants to pretend it just doesn't happen. What would you say to someone out there who's lost a loved one but might be too scared or too numb to the world to look for them?
No matter how much you want to give up, don't. You have to have hope that you'll see them again. Or at least, that you'll know the truth.
A strong note to end on, Blue. Thanks. That's everything. It's gonna take some time to put this all together, but I think your story is gonna give Diamond City plenty to talk about. Anyway, I agreed to come with you, right? Watch your back. Just say the word when you're ready. I can't wait to see where the story goes next.
Alright, there's another gun for hire. Complete 10
Stays
side
hidden
quests.
forever. At least, heading my way?
Sure, let's go.
Will do.
Sanctuary. And then talk to Tara real quick.
A pleasure to see you again, sir. Are you ready to depart?
Yes.
Time to hit the road.
Excellent.
And then we're gonna go Sanctuary.
Right.
And now, nothing is stealing because we have recruited her. So everything is ours. Alright, let's get out of here. Who's left? Strong, Curie, Gage. Longman. Still feel like I'm... Oh, and Hancock. Hancock, that's who I'm missing. I need to go build a bed. Think we're good. Yes. Nuka cherry. Cool. And new bed. Okay. There we go. Now we've got enough beds. We're producing enough food. Yes, we're producing enough food. I still would like to produce a little bit more, though. Just because I know we're going to be bringing more people in. And there we go. Got more food. Okay. Alright, and on that note, we're going to end the stream here. I will be playing this next time I go live. So keep an eye on those notifications. If you guys haven't hit those subscribe buttons already, please do that. And hit those like buttons too. Hopefully, I'll see you in the future.